Good evening. Thank you for joining us to tonight's meeting of the Tacoma Park City Council. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Searcy.
Here.
Councilmember Fulcher.
Present.
Councilmember Tabala.
Present.
Councilmember Gibson.
Here.
Councilmember Siemens.
Present.
Councilmember Honzak.
Present.
Councilmember Small.
Great. So tonight, thank you all for meeting on a Monday instead of a Wednesday. In light of the upcoming Thanksgiving holiday, we wanted to make sure that folks had an opportunity to spend a little extra time with their family and prep for Thanksgiving. So just quickly running through our agenda for tonight. We do not have any voting items, but we do have two presentations this evening. The first is the Montgomery Planning presentation on the development review process. The second is the City Manager FY 2025 budget forecast. We will also have two work sessions. The first is the City Manager search update, and the second is the City Council FY 25 budget priorities. As was mentioned, we will not be meeting on Wednesday, and Thursday is the Thanksgiving holiday. City offices and facilities are closed Thursday through Sunday for the Thanksgiving holiday. Just want to remind everyone to take a look at the announcement regarding trash pickup over the next, during this week, just in case there are changes to your schedule. On Wednesday, November the 29th, the City Council will have a regular meeting at 6 p.m. We will vote to convene in closed session at 6 p.m., and that is to discuss matters related to collective bargaining negotiations, as well as NDC and the Tacoma Junction project. We will reconvene in open session at 7:30, and on that date, we will have possibly a first reading ordinance approving an FY 2024 budget amendment, number 2, a resolution adopting FY 25 budget priorities and potential tax rate goals, as well as a resolution adopting the public space management plan. Then we will have work sessions on that evening, the development of the Balancing Act survey for community release, as well as an update on the minor master plan amendment planning board work sessions. On Wednesday, December the 6th, we will have a city council meeting with our District 20 delegation, joint priorities meeting. That will be at 6:30. On Thursday, December the 7th, Hanukkah begins at sunset. On Wednesday, December the 13th, the city council regular meeting will be a voting session. The second reading ordinance approving the FY 2024 budget amendment number 2, council resolution on minor master plan amendment, as well as a resolution setting forth dates for the council's holiday recess. And I think that should take us through to the new year. So just as a recap, we do not have any voting items today, so we can get started with general public comments. Would anyone like to make any general public comments this evening?
Not seeing any.
Going once, going twice. Come on down.
Good evening. I'm Jay Levy, 7431 Baltimore Avenue. I've been a resident for close to half a century in Tacoma Park, but more importantly, for 40 years, 4 decades, I've been involved with the nuclear-free zone ordinance. I wrote the draft, which was accepted 40 years ago, and I'm here tonight to ask the council why it's decided to eliminate a citizens committee, the nuclear-free zone committee, that's brought recognition to this city locally, regionally, nationally, and internationally. Locally, we've sponsored community forums over the years, book talks by authors, films. We've tabled at all the festivity events, parades, festivals. We've even had public school contests, essay contests, and art design. Locally. Regionally, I testified before the DC City Council. We welcomed the atom bomb survivors in DC at the Universalist Unitarian Church, Hiroshima and Nagasaki survivors. We had parades at the White House, in front of the White House, as well as here at the July 4th parade. Nationally, we have been in touch with, let's put it this way, this year alone, the second largest community in state of Washington has adopted our nuclear-free zone ordinance thanks to the efforts of the committee. George Taylor, former pastor here, now lives in Spokane, and we have been in touch with them. So we have a national presence. Internationally, my wife, former city council member from Ward 1, she and I went to Hiroshima and Nagasaki at the invitation of the Japanese government, the August 6th commemorations in 1999, and spoke about our group and what we had done here in the city. I've spoken at the UN, at the national and NGO meetings of Mayors for Peace, and I've spoken at an international conference in Vancouver in 2005 on nuclear disarmament. We have gotten about 650 signatures on a petition to keep the Nuclear Free Zone Committee active. I have two questions. Will the council continue to carry out all the activities that I've just mentioned that we've accomplished? And what about the 40th commemoration of the Nuclear Free Zone Ordinance, which is coming up in 4 weeks? In the past, we've had the 25th anniversary commemoration and the 40th, and I'd like to give each council member and city clerk a copy of what we did 25 years ago. And that's all I have to say. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Do you have any other general public comments?
Good evening. My name is David Reed. I live in Ward 2. I'm really quite grateful for the honesty of the Vice Chair of the Planning Board, who acknowledged during the November 16th meeting that the MMPA will lead to displacement of residents along Maple Avenue. As was stated, many residents will not be able to afford market-based rents once anticipated infill and replacement construction begins. Further Planning Board discussion detailed, indeed, that there's no financing nor support mechanisms. Indeed, no comprehensive plan is in place to facilitate the resettlement of displaced persons. And the chair also recognized that the stated goal of no net loss of affordable housing will be very difficult to achieve. A major point, I think, that was left unstated in the discussion was that the foreseen displacement on Maple Avenue will have a clear racial dimension that will move Black and brown families from the area. So I ask if it's really necessary to add another example of how urban zoning policy contributes to racial displacement. And it's also fair to ask, I think, why should I, a creaky old white man, rise to highlight the racial dimension of the amendment? For one, because it's self-evident, though almost everyone avoids talking about it. Second, because the racial dimension needs to be said again and again and again. And third, because implicit or implied race baiting should not be used to silence the expression of deeply held convictions, in this case mine, when those views are firmly grounded in the history of U.S. urban development. Yes, we have heard numerous justifications for embracing the MMPA. The city needs to increase tax revenues. The city is stagnating. A number of buildings on Maple Avenue have outlived their useful life and need to be replaced. Building more units will push down the cost of housing, which in the abstract sense is true, but which is not true in a regulated, geographically defined market. These are the elements of truth. There are elements of truth in each one of those justifications, but each one is also built on various degrees of factual distortion. Those justifications can be used to overlook the failure of the emerging plan to respect the detailed requests from the City Council and the expressions of concern by hundreds of residents, particularly as regards equity issues. Personally, I strongly urge you to reject the amendment unless there are major changes in the proposed upzoning and densification dimensions. But if for whatever reason you choose to support the amendment, do so knowing that approval will bring major consequences for the racial and cultural balance that currently defines Tacoma Park. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any other general public comments?
My name is Jacqueline Moore, and I live in Ward 2. Near the end of the November 16th, 2023 Montgomery County Planning Board meeting, the 8-hour and 39-minute mark to be precise, it was suggested by Planning Board Director Artie Harris that Tacoma Park should bring our rent stabilization regulations in line with Montgomery County for the sake of consistency. Down County Planning Chief Elza Heisel McCoy said that the Planning Board could make a recommendation to the city regarding a change to our rent stabilization regulations in order to make the city more attractive to developers who need to get financing for new projects. This sentiment was echoed by Lisa Gavoni, the Planning Board's housing expert. The City Council needs to give this proposal a hard no. The recent development of the Colonnade at the Creek, redevelopment of the Colonnade at the Creek, and the in-process Grace United Methodist Church project that will result in 78 new and affordable housing units are proof that financing is available. Currently, any new apartment building constructed in Tacoma Park becomes subject to rent stabilization at the end of the building's first 5 years. Some people see this as an impediment to development, but it is in fact a tool that creates an opportunity for lower-income people to afford a place to live in Tacoma Park. If the city of Tacoma Park decides to align our regulations with the Montgomery County regulations, apartments and any potentially new buildings will be rented at the market rate for 20 years. This will allow costs to do what costs do. They will rise and become out of reach for lower-income tenants. Another important thing to consider is that if the county leans on our city and forces a change in rent stabilization, this will neutralize the power of the city, that means you, and be a blow to self-government, that means us. Reasonable rent stabilization regulations have helped to create and maintain the diversity that makes our city a great place to live. Each person in our city is like a separate and unique piece of yarn. When woven together, we have a beautiful piece of fabric. Allowing the Montgomery County Planning Board to try to force a change would shred this fabric. Here's an example of something I made. But the beautiful fabric of our city is something that we and the generations of Tacoma Park residents who came before us made. It is your responsibility to hang on to the power the voters have given to you and to use that power for the good of everyone in the city. Please do not give up your authority, your ability, and your responsibility to make Tacoma Park welcoming and affordable to all. The Planning Board and their staff need to go back to the drawing board, and only you can make this happen.
Thank you. Do we have any other general public comments?
Forget your glasses, lady.
Am I on?
You are.
Hi, my name is Karen Elrich, and I live in Ward 5. Although I'm not surprised, I'm extremely disappointed with Park and Planning's workshops. It seems to me they give lip service to both the city's resolution and to all the residents who testified in response to their minor master plan. They asserted that many of Tacoma Park apartments are old and need to be torn down, and Melissa Williams admitted that displacement is a real possibility. The board seemed to feel that this was all part of moving forward. I don't. Tearing down buildings is extremely destructive to the environment, and according to Ira Cowler, Acting Housing Community Development Director of Tacoma Park, the apartments on Maple Avenue do not need to be torn down. I quote, "Broadly speaking, based on our understanding of current conditions, as well as an annual DHCA inspections, none of these properties are at risk of condemnation that would require demolition or replacement. All of these properties were constructed in the 50s and 60s, so many of them do have building systems that likely have or will soon reach the end of their usable life cycle and need to be upgraded." Notice he did not say they should be torn down. He said they needed to be upgraded. If we truly believe in making our city sustainable and equitable, which we say often in our speech, we should be focused on how we can help the landlords renovate their buildings and keeping the current residents in their homes. This is what sustainable and equitable looks like, not just in words, but in action. But without having an environmental assessment done, this was not even considered by Park and Planning. And this is only one issue that is wrong with this plan. Please send this plan back to the Planning Board, and if they pass it, let them take the heat for passing this faulty plan. It does not meet the standards of our values of Tacoma Park, our standards or values of Tacoma Park. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any other general public comments?
Yes. Yes.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Nice to see you. I'm Paul Hubner from Ward 3. Like many of us, I've been watching the planning board hearings in the last few weeks. I was stunned by the disregard and disrespect that the board showed for your council resolution 2023-33. Instead of answering, much less meeting your requirements for retaining and improving of existing affordable housing, the board recommended weakening our existing rent stabilization to align more closely with the county's lack of substantive rent controls. The plan is merely an upzoning that would allow developers a 5-year open season, free from any controls, at market rates. It would allow 15-story buildings on both sides of Maple Avenue and 12-story buildings throughout the old hospital site. Claiming that many of the buildings on Maple Avenue had essentially reached the end of their useful lives, the Vice Chair acknowledged that people will be displaced, and their right to return would be negligible because they would be unable to afford the new rents, as asserted by a local resident. I have yet to see or hear any evidence that the board has taken seriously your requirement that the board protect existing affordability in the MMPA, and quote, how can stakeholders retain existing housing affordability, as you stated in your resolution, when they admit that many will be displaced? The board staff asserts that environmental, stormwater, public infrastructure, traffic, and racial equity impacts will be done after the plan is approved. All of these should rightly have been done before the plan was even submitted. Village at Tacoma Park repair work that I have done in the Franklin on Maple Avenue introduced me to 2 households. One, a retired federal employee who would be in harm's way if the plan is approved, as the Franklin is an older building subject to replacement due to its age, according to the board. However, the building is currently well maintained. I doubt these 2 women would be able to afford newly built and market rate rentals. Uber drivers who live on Maple Avenue have mentioned the affordability and sense of community they have enjoyed as residents here. I also want to mention that I am personally familiar with problems that come with the difficulty of finding affordable housing. My family had to move 9 times during my childhood and young teen years. This kind of cost-forced moving and relocation is unbelievably disruptive for families young and old. Many, many Tacoma Park families will face the same type of disruption if we do not protect our affordable housing units along Maple Avenue. I ask again that you reject this plan as currently proposed until and unless the board conforms to your rightful demands. Thanks for all you do. If I could make a public safety service announcement based upon the 2 fires in Silver Spring today, 30 seconds.
You just lost the 30 seconds. Go.
I'm sorry. There were 2 fires in Silver Spring. The village got a call to install a carbon monoxide detector. I did some research. The Montgomery County Fire and Rescue Service will inspect and install for free smoke detectors in private homes in the city of Tacoma Park and anywhere else in Montgomery County. The phone number for the local station is 240-477-4210. Thank you for doing that. I just found that out today, and it seems like it's important. Thank you.
I appreciate it. And this time of year, it is very important that everyone has smoke detectors and carbon monoxide detectors.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Hi. Tom Gagliardo, 107 Hodges Lane, Ward 1. Affordable housing at a complex formerly known as Hillwood Manor and now known as the Colonnade at the Creek was renovated, not raised. Look, it's on the front page of the Tacoma City newspaper.
Shut up.
Yet there are those in power who continue to perpetuate the myth that it is necessary to raise and replace buildings on Maple Avenue to assure affordable, decent housing. The United Methodist Church is building affordable rental units for the elderly at 7001 New Hampshire Avenue within the city of Tacoma Park. There's even a link on the city website that directs you to that information. I tell you what it is, but it's very long. It's in my written comments. Yet there are those in power who continue to perpetuate the myth that rent stabilization prevents the creation of affordable housing. Now, here's what's important. Believe in yourselves. Believe what's in your newsletter. Believe what's on the city website. Exercise your authority to reject the MMPA as drafted. State law gives you that authority. Do not be complicit with those in power who distort reality to justify a plan that puts profit before people.
Any more general public comments?
No, you're not allowing me to talk, so.
I signed up to do it virtually, but can I do it in person? Okay.
Listen
Good
to
evening.
me,
I'm
please.
Troy Jacobs, Flower Avenue, Ward 5. And I'm actually going to talk about next year's budget priorities. I want to encourage the council to consider ways to strengthen the Community Connectors Navigator program. I believe it's championed by Councilmember Gibson. I encourage more robust bidirectional feedback using potentially city-maintained listservs by each ward, such that regular pulse-taking surveys can be conducted and other bidirectional communication can occur for both routine issues as well as in crisis and emergencies. Some of this is in fact already in place. The city has successfully increased election participation by using other modalities and building on this success. There is much more that we can do to connect communities and give voice to more residents than those that are able to use the channels that we promote currently. I have been also following the deliberations of the MMPA, watching the videos and what have you. I am actually encouraged by the Planning Board's quasi-judicial process of considering facts and evidence before them objectively and avoiding popularity contests and biases. I support their work to date, and the Montgomery planning professionals work to craft an even better and more flexible plan for all residents going forward. I will note in closing, the city is closed on Thursday and Friday, and Thursday is Thanksgiving Day, and there's much to be thankful of. Friday is Native American Heritage Day. I wish everyone a healthy, safe, and happy holidays. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other general public comments this evening? Going once, going twice?
I don't know how
Do we
to
have any
talk,
virtual
okay?
comments?
I believe
How-
we have
show me
Mary
how to
McChewy on
talk.
Zoom.
I
Wonderful.
don't understand you.
Please help Ms.
I don't
Matui
understand you.
with her comments.
Okay,
Thank you.
Okay, Ms.
Thank
Machu,
you. How do I talk?
we can hear you, Ms. Machui. Can you hear us?
Yes, now.
Okay, perfect. So you can go ahead and use your 3 minutes now.
I live in Ward 2. You are trying to get rid of me and my son and send us living on the street, and I resent that. And I'm not going to leave, and you're going to have to pull our bodies out of this house because I have no other place to go. And I'm warning you, I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving. My ghost will haunt you. I'm sick of you pulling us around. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Machui. And if there's anything that we can assist you with, please let us know.
Yeah, give my son a regular job, treat him like a human being for a change. He was born here 38 years ago. You care about immigrants. His father was a Kenyan immigrant who was shot in the head and with permanent disabilities, but you don't give a damn about that. You always want to help people better off than us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
I'm not
Matui.
paying any more of your stupid property taxes either. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Matui. Okay, do we have any other general public comments this evening?
Thank you.
Nope.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we have the tech. Okay. Perfect. All right, so we're going to move into, perfect. We're moving into council comments. And I see Councilmember Small.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it. I am in the need of going to find power for this wonderful computer, so I appreciate the courtesy of going first, even though I am not in attendance in the room. I did want to say a couple of things about the current goings on in the city as I understand them. First, the staff has done really yeoman's work on what I think we are going to be talking about soon or very soon in the public space management plan. It is well done. Additionally, I do know that there has been additional effort at acknowledging in the area that I live in the trauma associated with cut-through traffic and its increases. And it's one of those things that I think is important to keep talking about because it is a premise that I tried to elucidate before we got to this point so that we wouldn't just be trying to explain away the trauma that we are certainly seeing right now as something that is short-term for us and therefore not something of concern. But again, these things do relate back to some institutional communication issues, some institutional inability of state actors to be effective partners, and it's sometimes a willingness to presuppose that a relationship at all is better than a relationship made better. I think that there are a lot of wonderful opportunities moving forward in the town as we approach this Thanksgiving holiday. I would just like to continue to echo my thanks to our police force and to our recreation staff as two areas that I work with a lot or see a lot. And I am thankful to know that our public works department that we see every week that does the yeoman's work of like moving leaves around in a place where people are obsessed with trees, or making sure that streets are clean, or making sure that people have their garbage picked up, are wonderful human beings and deserve all of our thanks. And as we move forward through this holiday season, however it is constituted for you, and however hypocritical or not hypocritical your opinions of holidays may be, please let us understand that coming to council meetings and yelling at people about things is not the best way to get anyone on your side. And telling property owners, particularly minority ones, that they are not supposed to develop their property in compliance with your wishes can be a little off-putting.
Thank you, Councilmember Small. Councilmember Gibson.
Yes, just very briefly, I want to thank the commenters tonight in terms of the minor master plan. I also was very disappointed in the November 16th hearing at the planning board. I will be communicating with Ward 3 residents more after, because we still have another session to listen to. My hope is that there will be efforts to actually address the zoning issue, which has not been addressed in terms of any changes at all. And I do think there's some concerns that are valid, and I appreciate the residents that have taken it upon themselves to speak out on it. residents on either side of the issue. It's important for us to speak out. And I'll be following it closely. We do have an important decision to make, not too distant future. I'll just say that all of us up here are following it closely, and I will do my best.
Councilmember DeBala.
Thank you. Thanks to everyone who's come out today to comment and/or to hold signs, even if you didn't speak. So thank you for coming out. I just wanted, and happy Thanksgiving to everybody, but I wanted to say that this past week I've been at the National League of Cities meetings, mostly following the affordable housing track and picking up some suggestions from what works in other communities with respect to renovation, rebuilding, etc. Happy to talk to anybody at the break about that. And I was able to chair the Environment and Energy and Natural Resources Committee meeting, which wouldn't really matter except that our guest speaker this time was Stacey Abrams, who is now with Rewiring America, and she spoke very forcefully and very effectively about the health and equity issues that she sees in moving forward with electrification, which she considers to be an imperative. End of story. So when we talk later about our priorities, I hope people will bear that message in mind. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember DeBala. Councilmember Honzak.
Thank you. I just want to also say thank you. There are lots of you here today with different issues that you brought forward, and the most time sensitive being about the MMPA. We are all paying close attention. I just want to thank everybody for watching these long sessions too, along with us. It's a lot of work, and I know it takes a lot of time, and it just shows how much we all care. So thank you. And it is really important to me as I look at this process that at the end of the day, we all feel that we've been heard. We may have differences of opinion as we move to the end, and I hope that when we get there, we can respectfully, look each other in the eye and say, perhaps some of us will agree to disagree, and yet we can still be one community. But I also hope that we'll be able to find our path forward in a way that makes most of us feel like it's the right choice. With that said, on December 3rd, once again, I want to share with the Ward 5 community that we do have that Ward 5 community that I've set community meeting that I've set up, a face-to-face one. I think face-to-face dialogues are super important at this point, post-pandemic, bringing us together. These, I hope, will be monthly gatherings, and I'm grateful once again to Dynamic Choice Hair Salon owner for letting us gather in that space. We'll also be having a monthly Zoom meeting, and if you're on my list, you will have seen that announcement. I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Honzak. Councilmember Fulcher.
I wanted to thank the planning board for, I felt like this last session, they did address more of our concerns than they had the previous session, and so it felt like they were moving in a more positive direction. And I just want to remind everybody, I've heard a lot of pushback about the area that the MMPA is addressing, and I appreciate that we are trying to work with the plan as it is written, the area that is written for. It was July 7th of 2021 that the previous members of this council voted on what area that plan was going to deal with. While I do think it's important that the planning board look at the resolution that we passed and address the questions that we passed, I also think it's important that we as a city are able to somewhat stay on track with what previous councils worked on. And I'm thinking of the area that was voted on by the previous council to work on, in order to be thought of as a city that the county wants to deal with, and that other areas will want to deal with as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Fulcher.
So I just want to first start by wishing everyone a happy Thanksgiving. I hope you have an opportunity to get good and full and while enjoying your family and friends during this time of the year when I encourage everyone to reflect on the good things that are happening in your lives, because we are often bombarded by the negative things, right? So it's often a good time to take stock of the positive things that are happening in everyone's lives and in our community. So just want to wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving. Second, I want to thank all of those that have come out tonight and expressing your concerns around the minor master plan, nuclear free. Definitely appreciate everyone coming out and voicing your opinions. I think it's even more important now, more than ever, than we encourage positive and constructive discourse. So ensuring that everyone has an opportunity to come out and speak, that's why we're here. That's what government is for, is to serve the people. And in order to do that, we have to listen to the people and try to identify ways in which we can address the concerns that are raised. So thank you all so much for coming out. In terms of the minor master plan, I want to echo the sentiments of my colleagues in that we're following what's happening closely. I will say I was along for the ride with the Colonnades at the Creek very long before the ribbon cutting. And just so that everyone does know, we as a city had to invest $250,000 of our ARPA funds in hopes of supporting cost shortages that project had, and it still wasn't enough. So I do want to make the point very clear that in order to make the financing work for a lot of affordable housing projects, there must be other monies available to make the math work. And that is critically important. So there are different ways in which developers determine the financial stack that's needed to make sure that it's not just about profitability, but making sure that they're able to deal with the regular maintenance and costs like property taxes associated with their building and regular maintenance. So it is important to think through the finances. And as we will talk through priorities later in tonight's agenda, there's a couple of things that I've put on the docket that relates to trying to figure out alternative ways in which we as a city can start to create those financial incentives. But that means perhaps foregoing certain aspects of our property tax revenues that we could generate from those properties, payment in lieu of taxes. That means, hey, you build affordable housing, you won't pay the city any taxes for the next XYZ number of years. But that has cost implications for the city, right? So we need to be not just thinking about revenues and third-party finances that may be available to support our desire to have affordable housing. We also have to think about the impacts it could potentially have on our own budget and what we're willing to do in order to incentivize the housing that we know we desperately need in the community. So that's one thing. Another big thing, I too was at National League of Cities in Atlanta with Councilmember DeBala. Had an opportunity to participate on a panel, Climate Resilience 101. And that was a really wonderful opportunity to talk about some of the great things we're doing in terms of climate and some of the challenges that we're facing, and is, sometimes helpful to hear that other communities are experiencing similar issues. We did a lot of discussing about trying to write grants and taking advantage of federal dollars and what some of those challenges may be. So that was a wonderful opportunity, not only for us to learn more about what other communities are doing, but to also connect with different organizations that may be able to provide us with some technical assistance. Also, I want to send a big congratulations to Councilmember DeBala, who was elected on the National League of Cities Board of Directors during the meeting. So we are super excited. The state of Maryland had 3 people that were recommended and elected to serve on the board. And so it's a wonderful opportunity, not only for NLC, but for the city of Tacoma Park to have Councilmember DeBala serve. So thank you so much for your service. And with that, I think that is the last thing I have on my list. And so actually want to turn things over to our city manager, our acting city manager, for city manager comments.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening. Good evening, council. Good evening, members of the public and special guests. City waste collection services will be adjusted this week due to the Thanksgiving holiday. The Thursday routes will be collected on Wednesday of this week, and the Friday routes will be collected on Saturday of this week. Leaf collection is continuing through December 15th. Residents can rake leaves to the curb at their convenience. The city is divided into 5 zones for collection, and each zone has a leaf vacuum assigned. City crews pick up leaf piles street by street throughout their zone. Every street will receive at least 2 collections and usually receive 3 or more. State roads, which include Philadelphia Avenue, Piney Branch Road, Ethan Allen Avenue, and Curl Avenue, plus Flower Avenue between Curl and University Boulevard, have 2 scheduled pickup dates. These streets are collected differently due to the traffic volume and need to reduce traffic impacts for collection. Residents can also report their leaf piles by calling the leaf collection hotline, which is 301-891-7626. The team program is hosting a basketball tournament with the ultimate old school versus new school matchup. Who will take the crown? Come out to Piney Branch Elementary School on Friday, December 1st at 6 p.m. and enjoy music, raffles, and a spectacular halftime show featuring the Blair High School Palms and hip-hop dance teams. The event is free to attend. There's even still time to enter the game. This is a 3-on-3 tournament. There's space for 3 teams and 3 players for both adults and teens. The winner of the tournament will be awarded tickets to the Washington Wizards versus Oklahoma City Thunder game on January 8th. Registration to play is free. A link to enroll will be posted in the city manager's comments. A reminder that the city facility will be closed Thursday, November 23rd and Friday, November 24th to celebrate the Thanksgiving holiday. Also a reminder that Small Business Saturday is this Saturday. The event is always the first Saturday after Thanksgiving and is a great way to support local businesses during the busy holiday season. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And so with that, we're going to move into our first presentation this evening. The Montgomery Planning presentation on the development review process. Just as a reminder for my colleagues, we've instituted a new process where we communicate time limits per topic. For this topic, we are going to have a 30-minute presentation followed by 15 minutes Q&A. With that, I will turn things over to our planning manager, Ms. Grisby.
Thank you. Rosalind Grigsby, planning manager for the city. Tonight we're doing a presentation on development review. As you recall, as part of the Tacoma Park Minor Master Plan Resolution 2023-33, Council confirmed or committed yourselves to work to deep dives on particular topics, and development review is one of those. So we have Montgomery Planning staff here tonight to walk through how this works. The city and Montgomery Planning have a memorandum of understanding that guides that process. We are joined here in person by Elza Heisel-McCoy, who's Chief of Down County Planning, and we are joined virtually by Stephanie Dickel, who's the Regulatory Supervisor for Down County Planning. So with that, we'll get the PowerPoint pulled up, and I'll turn it over to Elza.
Thank you. Good evening. While he's doing that, Elza Heisel-McCoy, Chief Down County Planning for the record. Thank you for inviting us here tonight. I wanted to start off first by I guess, having some shared ground rules, that this is a presentation on the development review process, and we're happy to answer questions about how that works, happy to answer zoning questions. We are not in a position tonight to answer any questions about the minor master plan amendment that is currently in work sessions with the board. So with that, I will just say that I've been at the planning department over 15 years. I started as a development reviewer. In addition to doing master plans, I became the regulatory supervisor, so I supervised the development review team before I became chief, and had the very good fortune of hiring Stephanie Dickel to take my place as regulatory supervisor. Stephanie has a fantastic team, and I will be advancing her presentation tonight, which she will be giving. Stephanie, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, good.
Do you want to just introduce yourself while we're finishing
Sure.
getting the PowerPoint together?
I cannot share my video, but that's fine. I'm Stephanie Dickel. I'm the regulatory supervisor for the Down County Division, and I have been with the commission for 12 years. And I also started out as a regulatory reviewer as well before stepping into the supervisor position about 3 years ago.
We have two supervisors, a supervisor and a chief, so we're doing our best to hold our tongue while everything gets set up.
I mean, speak undercover. Oh.
Appreciate it. Okay, Stephanie, take it away.
All right, thank you. So as Elsa mentioned, we are here to talk a little bit about the development review process. Next slide. All right, I'm going to briefly touch upon the bullets that are on this slide as we go through the presentation. So the development review process, our pre-application requirements, DRC agencies, post-approval process, and our development dashboard. Next slide. So the Montgomery County Planning Department is an independent bi-county agency, and we lead planning and regulatory approval for Montgomery County. We're responsible for the planning, subdivision, sketch and site plans, and forest conservations. Although we're a separate agency, we do work closely with the county executive agencies that issue permits for regulatory plans to ensure that the technical expertise and concerns are addressed and incorporated throughout the entire process. Next slide. So this slide has a lot of information on it. The development review process, it's a collaborative approach between the planning department and other county and state agencies to achieve the best design development for Montgomery County that meets all of the master plan goals and the technical requirements of various county ordinances, such as the zoning ordinance and the subdivision code. This slide shows the many steps involved, beginning with planning and moving to permitting with the county's Department of Permitting Services after a planning board approval. There are many steps along the way that incorporate the community to ensure that the community has adequate notice and representation. Next slide.
Stephanie, I think, and I'll look to the council. So Roz said a deep dive, and if we dove really deep, we'd be here all night and into the holiday. So there are a lot of steps on this slide. I thought it might be helpful for Stephanie to briefly go through all these steps. Sure. I'm looking to the council for. I'm getting nods. So Stephanie, if you could just sort of briefly go through each step.
And just real quick, Stephanie, before you start, and just making it clear, if you can, in the process, places where, because of the city, where municipality, where we would have decision-making possibilities. Thank you.
Yeah. So for us, we start with the natural resource inventory and forest stand delineation, which is the first plan that gets filed with us before an actual formal application. So before we'll say site plan, for example. So that's the first step. and staff reviews it and approves it before any application can be submitted. Second step is the applicant is required to have a community meeting, and they provide notice and they host this pre-submission community meeting, again, before an application is formally accepted. So then the third step is, we'll use site plan as an example. The applicant has filed a site plan and it goes through our intake and regulatory coordination division, which we call the IRC, and they review it for completeness. And once it is deemed complete to start the official review, then they accept it and it gets distributed to the other county and state agencies, including if it is a application that is located in the city of Tacoma Park, then the city also gets review as well. So that's where that fits in there.
And I would also add at this point that once the application is formally accepted as complete, the entire application is available on our website. So all of the drawings, all of the verbal descriptions are publicly available.
Yes, absolutely. So then after that, after the application is accepted, the IRC sets a DRC meeting, the Development Review Committee meeting, and that's an interagency group that we can talk a little bit more about in upcoming slides. And representatives from planning, parks, other agencies, including City of Tacoma, if there's an application within the limits. And that's an opportunity for the applicant of the application to ask questions and have a discussion on the comments that they received from the agencies. So following DRC, there is revisions to the plan from the applicant, some more review from all of the agencies, and then the lead reviewer and the other agencies are preparing for the planning board hearing. We write a staff report that then gets posted on the planning board's agenda 10 days in advance of the actual hearing. And now we're at the last one and on the top.
Well, and I would just, and to interject, this is often so for every development application that comes through our department, the city council has an opportunity to weigh in on it, to pass a resolution. And we've had some subdivision applications, and generally we like to have the city's resolution before we write the staff report, so we can include it in the staff report and discuss the recommendations. So that's typically where we would like to hear from the city.
Thank you, Elza. So then after that, and that gets included in the staff report, that's posted 10 days prior to the hearing, we then have the planning board hearing. So at the hearing, staff makes their presentation and the board makes a decision on that application.
And just to butt in one more time. So so we talked a little bit about the supermajority requirement. And so if the city council passes a resolution on a development application, in order to go against that resolution, the planning board would have to approve a project with a 2/3 majority, which is 4 votes instead of 3.
So once the project is done at the planning board then adopts a resolution that usually happens within 2 weeks after the planning board hearing for that project. Things that happen afterwards, the applicant is responsible for submitting certified plans to planning staff, and we review those. In addition to any easements and agreements that were associated with that development application. Following certified plans, the plats need to be recorded in the land records. Also, the planning board approves the plat as well. And then, as you can see, we're starting to transition into the orange arrows. the plats are really the last step for the planning department, and from then on, they start moving into Department of Permitting Services and other county approvals. And so that's when Department of Permitting Services begins the permitting review. And then there's issuance of permits by DPS and posting of bonds. And then the final step being the issuance of the use and occupancy permits by Department of Permitting Services.
And of course, in the city, since the city handles stormwater, the stormwater permit process is, of course, part of that.
And if there are any traffic studies or anything of that nature, does that happen with the MC DOT?
Stephanie,
Yeah,
are we
and
talking about that on this slide, or is that an upcoming slide?
I can touch upon both. So if there's any traffic studies that are involved when, which typically there are, specifically with preliminary plans, when the application, GISs sometimes get looked at, or most of the time get looked at, traffic impacts get looked at when we do as a pre-application requirement. But the traffic is also analyzed throughout the third, fourth, and fifth steps, I guess you could say, when the application is accepted and we start the review. Throughout the Development Review Committee meeting, Department of Transportation is heavily involved, and if there's state roads, then state highway is as well. And then as we move forward to Planning Board, we also get letters from those agencies.
We're supposed to hold Q&A, but this one is so complex that while we have it here, I just want to make sure that people can ask their questions quickly. Councilmember DeBala.
Yeah, so maybe this waits till you're done with the chart, but can you distinguish where residents have input, what steps, which boxes? And can you discuss renovation / redevelopment of a building such as Hillwood Manor versus a truly new building, where that might differ as we go through the boxes? Thank you.
So for planning department's steps, the community can be involved, from the beginning all the way, until the planning board. And so, the applicant posts signs and they have their community meeting. And so that's when, the community is aware that a project is about to come into the planning department. And we encourage the community to come to us throughout the entire process, from the beginning, all the way up to the planning board and testifying at the planning board. And I assign a lead reviewer, and that is that point person. And so they are the ones that are communicating with the community members on this project.
And then the second part of the question, if it's just so the zoning ordinance has a list of what requires planning board approval and what doesn't. If the building's not changing and it's just an internal change, or if there isn't a previous regulatory approval on a site, and they're not triggering any of the things that require a planning approval, it would not go to the planning board. Typically, it is it's new development. It could be subdivision of a lot. I think that's mostly what we've seen in the city. There have been a number on Ethan Allen. There was the duplex one over off of Flower. And so it's typically new development, but it depends.
And so if there's a renovation of a multifamily building, then there's maybe not a planning board process, and therefore maybe not resident input.
So I think generally you are correct. If there was a building that had let's say an approval, a planning board approval for 100 units, and they were going to rehab it and they were going to make the units bigger, such that there were 95 units, probably wouldn't require anything from us. If they wanted to make the units smaller and go to 110 units, then they've exceeded the planning board's approval. They would need to come back and amend that approval.
Councilmember Gibson.
Yeah, I want to follow up on the applicant community meeting. Is that something that, for example, if it were to take place, if the site development was to take place in Tacoma Park, would that meeting be held in Tacoma Park?
Stephanie, you want to take that?
I would have to see what the requirements are for that,
So
actually.
I think generally it's near
It's
the
near,
site.
yeah.
So it's, in Bethesda and Silver Spring, they have them at hotels sometimes and ballrooms. So for the, we're not part of that initial applicant community meeting process. They have to verify that they've done it, but we don't participate. So I would think typically it would happen in the city. In fact, it could happen in this building.
Yeah. And then secondarily, how would the by right development play into this scenario, these various steps? My understanding is that the by right development is a faster process with fewer hoops. How does that, what's different about by right versus these, looks like 12 steps?
A 12-step program. I think and Stephanie can correct me, I think it's how many times you go through it. So if you're a by right, so again, it depends, depends where and what. So sometimes, for example, in the Fenton Village area of downtown Silver Spring, a site plan is required for pretty much any development. So even if it would be by right somewhere else, it has to go through site plan if it's located there. I think, so it depends, but I think the basic answer is if it's optional method, it's going through this process for, and Stephanie's going to get into this in a little more detail in coming slides, but that it would have a high-level review that would be sort of a conceptual review, and then one that's focused on the legal definition of the lot, so the subdivision, the plat, is that second tier, and then the site plan is the very specific. Sometimes those can be joined, but the basic process is the same. If you have to go through the planning board's process, the steps are basically the same.
So I guess the question is, when do you have to go through the planning board process? And then you said it depends on where it is and.
Yes.
And so with regard to, we've got a hospital site that's looking at development. This is not speculation, just if that site were to be developed, I understand it would need to go through this whole process because it is correct me if I'm wrong. And then if there were sites that along Maple Avenue that were being renovated, if they were within the zoning parameters and were able to be developed by right, would those need to go through this process or not?
So that's an it depends. So the zone will have a maximum of what you can do in that zone.
Right.
A particular development application may not do the full amount. They may do a smaller amount. And the zoning ordinance has tables, and if it were very short, we would put it in here. It's not saying, depending on the size of the development, in terms of square footage, how tall it is, if there are requirements of the regular zone. We've talked, I think, before about overlay zones, which can have more specific requirements. So if it meets the requirements for planning board review, it has to get planning board review. But I mean, without a specific instance, I couldn't be more specific.
Okay, I guess I'm still not entirely clear whether by right would need to go through all this process. Sometimes it would, sometimes it wouldn't.
Order.
Yeah, it's, and as Elsa said, it really does depend. So optional method definitely goes through this process. And by right, we refer to as standard method in the zoning ordinance. And so, as Elsa is correct, we have a table that we are happy, to share with you guys in the future, but it's in the zoning ordinance, and it really does depend on what an application is proposing. And so, a site plan is required under standard method development for, it says any new construction or expansion of existing structure where the proposed intensity, and then it says describe the table below, includes X, Y, and Z. And so there's a lot of scenarios that you have to look at to see if a site plan will be required for it.
Thank you. I would appreciate that table that you referred to.
Yep, absolutely.
Councilmember Honzak.
Actually, if we're going to be talking about the optional method development in the subsequent slides, that's the nature of my question. So,
Okay, we'll hold your question. Councilmember Fulcher.
I'll wait.
Excellent. I saw Councilmember Small's hand earlier.
Indeed. And then I'll disappear back into the woodwork. But if you're going to put up a slide like this, essentially, I would just like for at some point, since I'm not there to glower at anybody, we discuss the number of profound inefficiencies bureaucratically or otherwise in this process, because we seem to also be talking about places where we would like to put more citizenry into this process when there are layers and layers of opportunities for people to infect these processes. And so at some point, if you guys could discuss the nexus between these things and getting sign-offs from the myriad agencies that are required, particularly with regard to permitting, that'd be awesome.
Sure. As the council member indicated there, and Stephanie had mentioned, every agency that reviews these, so planning, parks, county transportation, Department of Permitting Services, stormwater, where they do stormwater, fire and rescue, zoning compliance, the utilities, there's a dozen or so, and we'll see it on the next slide. They all have their own checklist of things that need to be addressed. And so, though that is done during first done through the Development Review Committee process, and city staff is a part of that when a project is in the city. And then, so from the Development Review Committee, revisions to plan and preparation and staff report, and sometimes even planning board hearing, all of the reviewing agencies are part of that. As Stephanie also said, once the sign is posted and noticed and community folks reach out to planners, we encourage folks to get involved early and often. We meet with them, we come to their homes, they come to our offices, we explain the process, we make recommendations on how to be effective. We hear their concerns. All of the concerns raised by the reviewing agencies and the public that we receive by the time the staff report is published are attached verbatim to the staff report and are summarized and addressed in the staff report and as part of the recommendation that goes to the board. And then folks can, moving around at the time of plat, people can, that's a fairly sort of technical ministerial sort of action, but folks can provide testimony then. When the county reviews permits, they put signs up on the fence saying a permit has been granted for this site. The Department of Permitting Services has a website where you can put in an address and it will tell you all of the permits. And when I say all of the permits, I mean all of the permits. So the 12th floor electrical, the 12th floor, plumbing, there's a lot. There's no shortage of information there, and folks can raise issues there. If during construction somebody realizes that the developer's not doing what they were supposed to do in terms of what was allowed by the planning board, then we have inspectors. Department of Permitting Services has inspectors, and folks raise issues to us, we raise them to the permitting services, and then if enforcement action is necessary, then it is taken.
I appreciate that answer tremendously, because I think it's important to recognize that if you live in a county that has a lot of bureaucratic agencies, because there is a goal to make sure that there is accountability on lots of levels, then it's probably not the fairest thing in the world to assume that the city staff, who is in a city, is the final actor on so many other aspects of this that it's probably on a little discourteous to them. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
We'll move on.
Let's
to the
move
next
on.
slide.
Yeah.
All right, so we kind of started touching upon this. So there are pre-application steps that are required prior to the formal application coming in for review by the area team, such as Down County. And those include traffic impact, well and septic, which is predominantly in Up County, not in Down County, the traffic scoping and the study, which is a submittal required with the application. We also look at NRI FSDs, as I mentioned, a concept plan, which is a plan that an applicant can choose to come in before they submit any other plan, such as a sketch plan. Concept plans literally just go to DRC, to the Development Review Committee, and for comments from the various agencies, and then that's it. And applicants can choose to do that if they want prior to coming into us for a sketch plan. Community meetings, like we mentioned, and then intake. And the applications are filed with our IRC division for the applicable development plans, such as a sketch plan, a preliminary plan, or a site plan. Next slide. So the development applications that we've been talking about, the sketch plans, preliminary plans, site plans, they are all, the reviews are conducted electronically through ePlans and allow all the agencies to use the same software. And again, as we've mentioned, staff from the city of Tacoma, if there's a project within the city, they receive a ePlans task to review those plans as well. Applicants upload the plans to ePlans. All comments are received and addressed through ePlans. And then the final certification is done electronically through ePlans as well. So once an application is accepted as complete by our IRC division, the review process and the associated review timelines begin. And as you can see on this slide, each agency has a specific role in this review process. The IRC sets the DRC date, and as I touched upon before, that's a meeting for the planning department and the various agencies that are on this slide, including the city of Tacoma Park. They've received the application, we've reviewed the application, and we've provided comments to the applicant. And at that meeting, it is a time for the applicant to meet and discuss those comments with all of these agencies. And I'll briefly touch upon some of these. Planning department, we're the lead reviewer, and we're responsible for the findings required in the zoning code, subdivision regulations, forest conservations, and master plan conformance. DPS is technical review for transportation, right-of-way, on-site plans, stormwater management for projects outside of the city, and fire and rescue. Department of Transportation, DOT, technical review of transportation elements. Our Parks Department reviews for master plan conformance and operational issues. WSSC reviews for requirements of public water and sewer. DEP reviews for water and sewer categories. THCA reviews for affordable housing and MPDU requirements. Department of Housing and Community Affairs. Historic preservation also reviews for impacts to historic resources. All the utility companies receive the application to review as well, and they're reviewing for public utility easements as well. And then municipalities, including City of Tacoma Park. And all of the agencies have specific areas of expertise that they are, reviewing the plans and working collaboratively through this process to review the project as a whole. And then the interagency development review process, as I said, is very collaborative. And it's to it gives the applicant the opportunity to have the conversation with all of the agencies at one table to discuss the comments that they've received. And that's one of the first steps for reviewing these regulatory applications.
And I would add two things. One is that this committee meets every other week and reviews projects all over the county. And that DRC meetings are open to the public. They are live broadcast. Because they are technical reviews, the members of the public may not provide comment, but they can attend and listen.
I have a quick, very related question. Where does MCPS fit into this chart?
They actually also, and they should be on there, they also get a review with e-plans of an application.
Thank you.
Generally, they are only involved in reviews for projects that have school sites. Yeah. So the sort of the longer term planning for do we need new schools, what goes in the capital budget is a separate process. So if there's a school in the development, then they're on they're a DRC agency. But if there's a project in downtown Silver Spring that does not include a school, they may get a review, but they're not going to provide comments.
Correct. But we're always going to issue them a courtesy review through e-plans. So. Next slide. So the timeline for review and the requirements for public noticing community meetings, they're stated in the zoning ordinance and the subdivision regulations. Planning staff makes written recommendations on each application with the public agency input. And we package these applications, we prepare a report, as I mentioned, and we present them to the planning board that deliberates and votes on each application during their weekly open meetings. And so the big three projects that the regulatory team works on, sketch plan, preliminary plan, and site plans. And this is a good chart to kind of give you an idea of, the overview of what they are. The sketch plan is the initial, and this is for optional method projects. Sketch plan is the initial plan submission, and it's, as it says, it's the big picture. It's conceptual. We're looking at, the overall massing, general access points and circulation, open space, public benefit categories, but from a very high level at this point. And sketch plan timelines from the date of acceptance is 90 days. So the IRC division sets a tentative planning board date from their date of acceptance within 90 days. And this goes to DRC, and we are reviewing for zoning and master plan or sector plan conformance. And then when they have that approved, we have preliminary plan, which is next, and that defines the lots. We look at dedication, and we also review adequate public facilities. Preliminary plans have a 120-day clock, so from the date of acceptance from IRC, planning board date is set 120 days from that. And then the final application.
Before she gets, so dedication is dedication of public right of way. So
Yeah.
master plans set widths of public rights of way, and when properties subdivide, they dedicate, so they don't transfer ownership, but there's a public access easement. So on most of our streets, the curb is within the right-of-way, and the actual right-of-way probably extends onto your property. So when we say dedication, that's how we get right-of-way for sidewalk improvements and others.
And then the final step is site plan. And so we've gone from big picture, and now we're down at the details. And so we are looking at, every aspect of it, from landscaping to lighting to the frontage improvements, the building, the design, and all of the applicable agencies are reviewing it. We are looking for agency letters at the time of planning board. We review for, like I said, design, compatibility, transportation, environment. And the site plan is also 120 days from the date of acceptance to a planning board hearing.
So we talked earlier, there was the question, Councilmember Gibson, about sort of standard method versus optional method, and it's really which one of these are you doing? So if you're an optional method project in a CR family of zones, you would do the sketch plan, you would do preliminary plan if your lot was not a recorded lot, and you would do site plan. If you didn't meet the threshold to do a sketch plan, but you needed to combine lots, or you need to separate lots, create new lots, you would do a preliminary plan, and then again, depending on what you were doing, you would do a site plan. So the process again is the same: public notice, the review, the DRC, the planning analysis, and the planning board review. It just depends on what you're doing, how many times you have to go through.
And can you, so the acronym APF,
We are going to talk about that in greater detail on a forthcoming slide.
okay, thank you.
I'll leave you on the edge of your seats. Any more questions on this slide?
Councilmember Honzak.
Yes, I'd like to ask about that optional method. So I would like to better understand, please, what happens when you've talked about the community meeting that happens. Notification, of course, is very different than negotiating for public benefit and understanding what you're getting when someone says, this is what is on offer for public benefit. So can you just talk us through just a little bit, let's assume we're doing an optional method development. Just help us imagine that for a moment as a community and as a council. How would that go down? You get your awareness, you get people there, the city of Tacoma Park, let's say, is part of the DRC, but how do those public benefits and what is involved in them actually get negotiated?
Stephanie, do you want to talk about that?
Sure. So if it's a project in the CR zone, we have benefits, public benefits that and an implementation tool for it as well that a developer will look at and see, there's a myriad of options for them to choose from. And so they have to, depending on, again, per the code, the size of their project, and I can't recall off the top of my head what the other one is, criteria, whether they have to provide, 4 categories and 100 points, or 3 categories and 50 points. It depends on their zone. And so they get to go through the public benefits, and they will choose which ones work for their site, but also the planning staff will look to make sure that they're providing public benefits in categories that are recommended in the applicable master plan as well. And so at the time of sketch plan, when that applicant files, they have to provide an overview of what public benefits categories and how they intend on getting those categories and points as part of the application, and we review that. And all of that, like Elza mentioned before, is available online for the community to see. And at the time of sketch plan, when it goes to the planning board for approval, the board is only approving the categories. We're not approving points because the detail of the project is not there yet. When we get to site plan, that's when the final points are determined. And so we're looking to make sure that they are meeting the criteria for each public benefit that they're asking for, and that they're meeting the number of public benefit points that they need to obtain. And then the planning board approves that as part of the site plan.
So in terms of negotiating, the application will say, we want to do this development. It's this big, it looks like this, it's this tall. And because of the zone, we have to provide X, we have to provide a certain amount of public benefits, and we're choosing to do these 4. And then that's part of the application. So when we do our review, we're looking at master plan conformance, we're looking at zoning code conformance, we're looking, what does the master plan say the priority public benefits are? Are they meeting these? If not, why not? If there are, when community members go online, look at the application and say they're proposing A, B, and C, I want them to do B, C, and D, they would advocate so outside the city, they would advocate to staff, they would advocate directly to the planning board and say they're doing, we want them to do something different than what they're doing. And we encourage folks to get involved early in the process because each process is built on the previous one. So if you want to change something in a second step, and it wasn't included in the first step, you have to go back and amend the first step. So we recommend that folks get involved early. And then, so staff in the city, then the city council could pass a resolution. So in addition to individual residents saying they should provide public benefit, this, and this is why, the city council in the resolution can say they want to do this, but we think they should do this because that's what the master plan says. So the public benefits, they're listed in the code, but they're broadly defined categories because they have to, there's a lot that has to fit into those countywide for all the different types of development that we do. But the master plan is absolutely a tool that we use to prioritize public benefits. And then during the development review process, they are saying, these are the ones we're doing, these are the ones, and this is why. And that's part of the negotiation process.
Okay.
Does that answer?
We are about 3 minutes away from the end of the time for this agenda item, so I'm going to ask for Helza and Stephanie to go ahead and finish your slide deck presentation.
I think this next one is the one is a good one.
Thank you.
Not that they all haven't been fantastic, but we're going to talk about adequate public facilities. So Stephanie, why don't you take it away?
Yeah, so we have 2 slides left. As I mentioned, so planning staff prepares reports for development projects that are going to the board. These reports include applicable findings for each development application, and it also includes conditions. So for the findings, they are required for planning board approval, and it includes conformance with the zoning and subdivision code and applicable master plans, adequate public facilities, APF, so schools, transportation, and
water and sewer.
Water and sewer, thank you, utilities, is what we're looking for adequate public facilities. And so we are reviewing all the development applications for that. We're looking at compatibility with surrounding development and then access and circulation. And that's the findings in a nutshell, but each application has their own set of findings that are in the applicable code. So if it's a sketch plan, the findings for a sketch plan are in the zoning code, and when we go through our staff report, those findings are in there, and then they are detailed as to how that application meets each finding. Preliminary plan would be in the subdivision code, and then site plans are back in the zoning code.
And so for the adequate public facilities for schools and traffic and sewer, the specifics of each application are weighed with every application. There's a traffic study that says we are going to generate this many trips. The most recent growth and infrastructure policy has focused more in down county areas on person trips, so that's pedestrian trips and bike trips, less on vehicular trips. There's a schools analysis that we look at each project that comes in. Here's the density, here's how many students they would generate. How does that impact sort of what the school status is in that area? So these are all done for every project specific to what the application is asking for. And then finally, conditions.
Yeah, and so with the conditions, we are documenting what is approved. So staff is making recommendations through their conditions in the staff report, and we can require specific changes to the proposal or commitment from the applicant for a certain action, or other agencies as well with their conditions. So they can be requesting certain things from an application to be done, and those conditions get approved by the planning board. They could also be changed at the time of the planning board hearing and updated at the time of the planning board hearing. And then there's one more slide.
I don't know if we're still asking and interrupting here, but I have a question about the previous slide before you get to the next slide. Because the profundity of the bane of a council person's existence is in the conditions area. And so specifically, when or how are the profundity of conditions applied, particularly when you're talking about a process that is supposed to be inclusive the whole time?
So, I mean, the process to generate the conditions is exclusive is inclusive. As I discussed earlier, the conditions is the documentation of the deal that has been negotiated from the development review process. So there will be a condition that says this is limited to this many dwelling units, this many square feet, this height. There may be conditions about open space that can be very specific. There may be conditions about all sorts of things. And those are all, so the conditions are a documentation of, we've had this process, it's been a public process, we've all gone through, we've looked at technical things, we've looked at quantitative things, we've looked at qualitative things. In the end, the board is approving with conditions, and the resolution that the planning board passes documents those conditions, and that is essentially the legal agreement and the bounds of that approval.
Okay. And just as a reminder, we're at time, and I want to make sure that you all are able to go through the final slide. So
Cool, thank you. I just couldn't see, Mayor. I apologize.
no worries.
All right, I'll make this last slide as quick as I can. So if and when a project is approved by the planning board, the resolutions, as Elza and I have mentioned, they get approved typically within a few weeks of the actual plan being approved by the board. The next step after that is certified plans. They address the planning board conditions, prior to certification. So anything that the applicant needed to do, an update on the plans needs to be done prior to getting their certified plans done, and those plans reflect that. Bonding, easement agreements, transportation mitigation agreements, and other legal documents are done. Most bonds and agreements are required to be completed prior to a record plat, and then all easements must be shown on the record plat. And then, as we've said, record plats must get approved by the planning board for their final approval. And then the final step is permits that are issued by Department of Permanent Services.
Great. I know that this has been like a marathon of information and questions regarding the development review process. But I think one of the things that this conversation has helped at least just reinforce in my mind that the minor master plan is just one step of many that happens before you actually see an actual shovel in the ground and a project taken off. And so just making sure that we have a clear understanding, not just as it pertains to the roles and all of the different pieces that you all have to move at the county, but also making sure that we understand the role that we play as a city when it comes to actually reviewing projects that may come before us. So this has been extremely helpful.
Yeah, we're glad to do it. And if there are questions about the development review process that the city council members have, or members of the public have, I don't think we have our contact information on here, but Roz and Iris certainly have it. Reach out to us, and we will do our best. Sometimes it's best to answer questions not in writing, just because you'd be writing the whole zoning code. But we're happy to provide as much information as we can, and Councilmember Gibson will make sure that we get you the site plan requirement table.
If I might add to that, I appreciate getting back. I kind of was looking for a schematic for the standard plan. This is for basically around the review process for the optional, I think. So is there, I would like, if you could also get a schematic on what would happen by right or
So,
standard plan?
I'll keep it very simple. If it's not required, if planning board review and approval is not required, it goes straight to permit.
Straight to permit?
So you skip down to the orange on the bottom row.
Okay, so none of the advanced stuff. Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
Thanks, have a good night.
Thank you so much. Okay, it is 9 p.m. and as promised, I'd like to give folks a quick 10-minute break. So we will reconvene at 9:17.
tonight's meeting of the City of Tacoma Park City Council. So now we will move into our second presentation, and that is the City Manager FY 2025 Budget Forecast. And again, as a reminder, this is anticipated to be 30 minutes, 15-minute presentation, followed by a 15-minute Q&A. And with that, I'll turn things over to our acting City Manager, Mr. Eubanks.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, so good evening again. This evening, we're presenting, I guess I'm presenting something that took a lot of staff effort, and I have a couple of special thanks that I'll share at the end of the presentation tonight. But this is a budget forecast, and to my knowledge, the city has not done a budget forecast like this before. So this is the first of its kind. And as always, I think there's opportunity for improvement, but I do think that the presentation of the FY25 budget forecast is very insightful, and the hope is that it provides some context to City Council as we enter into the FY25 budget. So for today's agenda, we're going to talk primarily about four things. We're going to discuss some of the revenue assumptions and the outcome of the implementation of those assumptions. The same thing for expenditure. We're going to talk about kind of the result of the analysis of those revenues and expenditures, which ultimately culminate in an FY25 projected deficit, and then some of the things that City Council ought to consider, as well as next steps as a result of this budget forecast. The purpose of the budget forecast is to provide the City Council with general fund budgetary context as the city prepares for the FY25 budget development process. The budgetary context includes the expected impact that inflation and changes in fixed costs will have on expenditures, assumptions of revenue growth, the incorporation of the Capital Improvement Plan, CIP, schedule, the effect of the adherence to existing city policies, and recommendations from the recently presented 10-year financial forecast, as well as the police actuary valuation. There are some high-level assumptions, in addition to revenue and expenditure assumptions, that I want to preface this discussion with. The first is that this particular forecast is exclusively focused on the general fund. As you all know, general fund is the city's, essentially the city's operating budget. And so this is focused on the city's operating budget, the general fund. The projections assume that the current level of service is to be maintained in FY25. So, in other words, a maintenance of effort budget. Throughout the presentation and forecast report, which is included in your packet, there are comparisons to the FY25 expected budget and the FY24 adopted budget, plus the Q1 FY24 budget amendments. That's a really important thing to point out because even since we've done the Q1 budget amendment, there are some things that have changed that raise some peculiarities about some of the numbers. And so when that happens, I'll talk about that. It's primarily associated with the salaries. And as you know, we're still in the middle of union negotiations. And so we made some assumptions about the impact in FY24 of those salaries. The FY24 budget included a 2% increase, so anything beyond the FY24 2% increase in the adopted budget is not assumed in the FY24 comparison. So if we add that, if we add anything to that, it could, it changes some of the calculations, and so I will go into more detail when those instances arise. The forecast does not include programs or expenditure items that are currently funded by ARPA, but may have to be transferred to the general fund in FY25 and or future years. So in other words, if you recall the ARPA budget, there are some items that sunset in FY25. And so we have not just made an assumption that those items are going to be incorporated in a general fund. That would require some more input from council about whether or not we want to fund those things and to what degree we want to fund it. So if that is something that we're interested in doing, we would just have to talk about that more and get more insight and perspective from council. The estimated expenditures exclude the library construction for all fiscal years shown due to the uniqueness of the project and its funding, and for effective comparisons between fiscal years. Another way of saying that is that we excluded the library construction costs because it adds a variable that makes the analysis from year to year a little bit more complicated than necessary. We all know that the library is primarily funded via bond funds, and so you can kind of exclude that from the analysis in order to draw some more important conclusions. All right, so FY25 revenue assumptions. You'll see the chart at the top of the screen here, the 4 categories of assumptions, and at the far right, you'll see the change in percentage for each of those. So the total general fund revenue expected in the FY25 budget forecast is $30 million. That's an increase of 3.3% or $958,000 from the FY24 adopted budget plus any amendments. The primary source of revenue for the city is property tax, and so that total is $16.2 million. That's an increase of 4.5%, or an increase of $679,000 from FY24. That 4.5% is based on an evaluation of changes in the assessed property value over the last 9 years. So it's an analysis of historical trends. And I think that 4.5% is about consistent with what we saw from Raftellus, which was about 4%. So 4 to 4.5 is what we're expecting. Income tax, the estimate is 5%. That's an addition from the FY24 budget of $200,000 for a total of $4.2 million. That is also an analysis of historical data. Intergovernmental is about the same as it was the year before. That source of revenue is typically flat, and so we don't expect to see any substantial changes in FY25. And then finally, other general fund revenues total $2.9 million. That increase is approximately 2%, but it's really offset by declining revenues in cable fees. And the decline of cable fees is associated with the fact that every year we have less and less people who are participating in cable programming. Moving on to general fund expenditures, there's on the next page you'll see a chart. That chart's kind of too large to include here, so unfortunately you can't see both at the same time. But the total general fund expenditure for FY25 is projected to be $33.2 million. That's an increase of 6.5% or $2 million from the FY24 adopted budget. The primary drivers of that increase are salaries and increases in capital expenditure. And so salaries, wages have increased by 1.1%. We'll talk a little bit more about that in detail in just a moment. And capital expenditures have also increased by $1.1 million. The capital expenditure is according to our 5-year trajectory. So if you recall, in our FY24 conversations, the city projects CIP 5 years out. And so the incorporation of this FY25 CIP budget is simply looking at the next year and incorporating all of the CIP projects that are scheduled to be conducted and funded in FY24. Of course, it's subject to your approval, but that's where those numbers came from. Salaries and wages. The increases in salaries assume an additional 2.7% increase for union members for FY24. Now, that is dependent upon the final negotiations, but that 2.7 increase is in addition to the 2% that's included in the FY24 adopted budget. So again, the FY24 budget included a 2% increase. We're assuming that before the year's finish, there will be an additional 2.7% increase specifically for our union members. And that's based on some of the conversations that we're having with our union representatives at the moment. The FY25 budget estimates a increase in FY24 salaries and wages of anywhere between 4 and 6%. As you know, our represented employees are represented by two different unions, Local 400 and AFSCME. And so, again, just kind of based on high-level assumptions, we are projecting anywhere for union membership and non-represented increases of 4 to 6%. Fringe benefits, the cost for employee fringe benefits are projected to decrease slightly compared to the FY24 budget due to lower than expected health benefit costs compared to what was anticipated during the development of the FY24 budget. In FY24, when we were developing that budget, we got guidance from our insurance broker that we could expect to see increases upwards of 15%. That was included in the adopted budget. We all know now that that wasn't realized. And so we have to discount the FY25 budget by the unrealized increases in FY24. And so ultimately what that results in is a decrease in some of our fringe benefits in FY25. CIP capital expenditure estimates are based on the FY25 capital improvement plan. Items listed in the 5-year plan that was included in the FY24 budget are what we assumed when we were putting together this budget forecast. And then finally, operations, departmental operating expenses are projected to increase by 4% compared to the FY24 budget to maintain the current level of city services. And this 4% is based on the current inflation rate as determined by two indices, the Core Consumer Price Index, which is 4%, and the Employment Cost Index, ECI, which is 4.2. So we settled on 4% as a projection for other operating expenses in the FY25 forecasted budget. There's also an estimated 15% increase in the general liability insurance based on historical data and recent premium estimates from our insurers, as well as a 14% decrease in workers' compensation insurance due to the decrease in costs compared to what was anticipated in the development of the FY24 budget. So again, just speaking to workers' compensation, first, same thing that we saw for health insurance. We assumed in the budget a very large increase, did not realize that, and so workers' compensation, if you look in the report and you compare that to FY24, you'll see a reduction when you look at the FY25 number. General liability, though, is in addition to it being based on kind of what we've seen over the last couple years, it's also, again, informed by recent conversations with our insurance broker. And so, unfortunately, we are anticipating an increase in general liability insurance moving into FY25. This is the chart that I was referencing. This is a simplified version of what's included in the report. In the report, you'll see each of these categories broken out by salary and wages, operations, CIP, and I think there's another category that I'm not thinking of. But every category of general government, police, public works, et cetera, is broken out by those categories. I do, though, want to highlight specifically public works and HCD, because when you, again, look at that comparison of FY24 to FY25, you see a pretty significant increase in those budgets. 18.5% for public works and 17.2% for HCD. Those are almost exclusively a result of CIP projects in FY25. And so when comparing revenues and expenditures, ultimately what the higher expenditures and the lower revenues produce is a gap. A funding deficit, and the forecasted funding deficit is $3.1 million. If you compare the city's budget forecast, the one that's included in your report, to what was last week's presentation from Raftellus, there are what I would consider relevant, whether it's substantial or not, I think is up for consideration, but certainly relevant differences between that analysis and our analysis. And so those are primarily a result of differences in assumptions associated with wages. When Raftellus conducted their analysis, we didn't have much information about where we think wages would land in FY24 or FY25. Of course, since then, that information has been unveiled to us to some degree. And so the differences in expenditure that you see between Raftellis's expenditure assumptions and the city's expenditure assumptions are primarily associated with differences in assumptions regarding wages and salaries. And so what are some ways in which we as a city might begin to manage this budget deficit? Well, first, it's important to realize that some of this is program deficit, right? And so we pre-planned for capital expenditures by funding the ERR. And so we pull from that ERR to fund capital expenditures in any given year. The expected contribution from the ERR to fund the deficit is about $815,000. When you include the contribution from the ERR, that changes the deficit from one of about 13.2 to one of about 2.3 million. And then there's some other assumptions that we need to consider. So as of June 30th, 2023, the total unassigned reserve balance is $8 million. We just heard that from the ACFR report last week. So that's a very real number, at least as of June 30th. The city's policy is to hold 17% of the general fund revenue in unassigned reserve. So if you assume the $30 million that we're projecting for FY25 is indeed correct, a 17% of that amount is $5.1 million. And so of that $8 million, we reduce it by 5.1 and also include the, as a kind of a reduction from that $8 million, the $600,000 that is recommended by Raftellus in that financial forecast as a contribution to the ERR. Ultimately, that leaves us with $2.3 million in unassigned reserve that, in theory, we could contribute to what would now amount to approximately $2.3 million in deficit. Now, that does make another assumption, or assume one other thing that is perhaps not very likely, and I would argue is not very likely, and that there are no changes to our unassigned reserve between now and the end of FY24. So the idea of contributing $2.3 million in unassigned reserves assumes that there's absolutely no change to unassigned reserve from today. However, one of the things that we know, and that was reiterated by Raftellus in their analysis, is that the city's execution rate of our CIP is not 100%. So if we assume that the CIP is an approximate execution rate of about 85%, and that the city staff maintain a vacancy of about 5%, and that's not a intentional maintenance of a 5% vacancy. That's just as a result of turnover. But if you make those two assumptions, you do end up reducing that deficit by some amount. Now, I think also making a high-level assumption here, if we're going to reduce the CIP contribution, we also have to reduce the ERR contribution by an equivalent amount. So if you do so, that brings the overall deficit from $2.3 million to about just under $1 million. And so effectively, with some high-level assumptions about execution rate and vacancy rate maintained between now and the end of the year, the deficit that the city needs to solve for in FY25 is about $1 million. And so as we go into the FY25 budget process, I think there are just some really important things for you all to consider, but also for you to consider and inform city staff of. So what's the approach to reducing the general fund budget by 3 to 7%? That 3 to 7% range is equivalent to the low end being execution rate of 85% and a vacancy of 5%. The high end of that 7% is if you don't assume any changes to CIP, or if you don't assume any vacancy savings, you need to reduce the budget by 7%. The other thing that would be incredibly insightful for city staff is if we do need to reduce our budget by 3 to 7%, where should we target that reduction? 3 to 7% is a pretty large number. And getting some guidance from City Council about where you think we ought to prioritize reductions and prioritize resources is really critical information for us ultimately giving you what you want in a proposed budget. Along those same lines, specific FY25 budget priorities will help staff identify where funding and capacity ought to be focused. That's the conversation later today. We will also be sharing staff budget priorities. There's a memo forthcoming. The intent is to get that to you this week, earlier in the week. But as I think just some pre-context for what you will see, the staff priorities are primarily focused on improving internal operations. And then finally, I know that there are considerations amongst council for different scenarios, and I think there's both a request and both a just a note to make. One, what is manageable in terms of scenarios is probably 2 or 3 in terms of staff capacity. I would err on the side of 2 if I had an option, but I think we could do 3. And then finally, I know last year there was conversation about a constant yield budget, and the only thing that I want to point out is if we are interested in a constant yield budget, it would require a larger reduction in operations services in a CIP beyond the 3 or 7%. And then as a reminder of next steps of the budget calendar, today, after this presentation, you all will be discussing budget priorities. I'm really excited about that conversation because I think it's going to really inform our budget process and give staff some really good direction. Is my expected outcome from that conversation or your conversation. November 29th, you'll be voting on those budget priorities, and then by then you will have seen the staff memo, which will outline, again, the mostly internal operations staff priorities. And then on December 15th is when the city manager's office will begin to provide guidance to departments. So in terms of when we ought to be receiving information from you all to begin to figure out which of the scenarios are things that we're actually going to pursue as we develop the proposed budget, it's really important for us to receive that between now and December 15th. Because on December 15th, we really want to be giving guidance to departments about what they ought to be doing to their budget. So it's really important to receive that feedback from you all between now and then. And then before we get to questions, I just want to give a special thanks to Acting Deputy City Manager Andrew Bolduc, Finance Director Susan Chung, Human Resources Director Lori Cannon, and then Budget and Accounting Manager Ron Kowali. Again, this is the first time we've done this. I think staff has done an excellent job under some very limiting time constraints, and I'm really impressed personally by the financial forecast. So I'll take any questions that you all have. Thank you.
Councilmember DeBala?
Yeah, getting to the bottom lines here, the 3 to 7% to the general fund, and so that's overall. So is that overall? And so if we prioritize some things, the cuts in other areas would be bigger?
Can you tell me what you mean by overall?
Overall general fund, so 3% of the general fund, if I understood you correctly.
So it's for all items in a general fund, every department in a general fund.
Right.
So we'd be talking about a reduction from the I think it is, million of expenditure.
And so that's the 818,000?
That is the
Gap.
The deficit would be 2.3 million if you include the CIP number, and 940,000 if you assume an 85% execution rate of CIP and 5% vacancy. So the
Okay.
3 to 7% is essentially $940,000 to 2.3 million.
Okay. And apologies, I'm looking on the slide before, and it says if you assume a rate of execution rate 85% and a vacancy rate of 5%, the ERR contribution is 818,000, which is not the same as the 900. Okay, I got it.
After the ERR contribution.
After the EIR, what's left still
Of the
is the
deficit is
940,000,
right.
and that's the 3%.
Right.
Up to, okay,
Now,
thank
mind
you.
you, that just to provide a point of clarity, that ERR contribution on that bullet point is 85% of the intended ERR contribution, if that makes sense. So
Right.
if you look at the first slide, 814,000. If we're reducing the CIP by 85%, I'm making an assumption that the contribution from the ERR is also reduced by 85%.
Okay. And so, again, the question was, so if we hold some programs the same or even increase them because we want to see something happen, then that means other programs have to be reduced by more than the 3 to 7%.
Yeah.
Just saying that out loud so everybody hears it before we start talking about priorities.
Right.
And you have, I think I have two more questions. So you have not made any assumptions about additional revenue sources, only about the revenue sources we have now. I'm not saying you should have, I'm just asking.
That's correct.
Okay, so you haven't made assumptions about doubling the fees on such a whatever,
No.
or raising stormwater or any of that. Okay, fine, just clarifying that assumption. And my third question is, when do we think we will get, so that we get the constant yield number is February 14th. That's been beaten into me by previous city managers. But when we get the, so December 15th, we get some state numbers that are not the constant yield. So this might change a little depending on what that looks like.
State numbers?
Okay, maybe I've got that wrong.
Just tell me what you mean by state numbers.
So more solid projections of exactly how much income, tax revenue for, and other similar numbers that we will get from the state.
I'm not sure when that info comes out, but I can
Well,
get
that
you
was the
info.
question, was when would
Yeah.
we get that?
Yeah.
And then there's also the ECI that we would use in the budget process, which isn't the one that you have here, because they
Right,
change
they
every
come
month.
out periodically. I can't
Yeah,
remember
so
what
I
the
was
cadence is.
wondering which one we will, you don't have the number, but when we would know what number we would use. So that, again, thinking what big things are going up and down between now and the time we have to do the budget. We have to do the budget. I know you have to do it now.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And I think, and I apologize to my colleagues, my screen, I can't see, maybe, let me, is it you? I don't know. Oh, wait a minute. I brought it back. I can now see lights in the order. But I do think that just in terms of piecing all of this together, it makes perfect sense that we're assuming a lot of things that are the status quo, but if we were to continue some of our expenditures at the rates in which we are, it puts us in this position of already knowing up front that our budget would be in a deficit if we were to continue. So I think I think that that is the overall takeaway. And I do think that as we start talking through priorities, and I don't want to like cut ourselves short, but I do think it's important for us to really hone in on specifically the projects that we really want to see take off, and the costs tied to them, because what I do think happens a lot are things pop up over the course of the year. Okay, now it's telling me to be quiet because we're out of time. Things crop up over the course of the year, and so we also want to make sure that we're building in the necessary flexibility in the budget to allow for us to be able to do some of those things more seamlessly, which means, making sure things like the ERR and some of our reserves are stocked in case we have to pivot in any particular way. And so that's another added thing. We don't quite have the final numbers. And we also, and we'll talk about this because I know it's a priority I put down, like, hey, we have all these construction projects. We might want to just make sure we have a little extra money on hand in reserves just in case, in terms of beefing up our contingency funds. So those are some of the things that we'll talk about a little later, but this is really helpful in terms of understanding kind of what the floor is for us right now. And kind of working through some of those things. And I'm going to make sure I give everybody their chance to speak. Councilmember Siemens.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you for this thoughtful presentation. Really appreciate it. I just wanted to follow up a little on the ERR. It sounded like you were saying that one of the options would be to reduce our contribution to the ERR for the upcoming year.
No, I should have changed the terminology a little bit. So I used contribution twice in two different ways.
Right.
So the suggested contribution to maintain our ERR health for the next 8 to 10 years that came from Raftellus is a contribution of $600,000 annually. My other reference to contribution to the deficit from ERR was what would be available to the general fund from the ERR to fund the deficit. And so when I mentioned a reduction, I was referring to the $815,000 and the concept of us not executing at 100%. And so if my point was that if you don't execute at 100%, then you wouldn't be pulling $815,000 from the ERR. If you assume that the reduction in your contribution from the ERR to this fiscal year's budget deficit is that of 15%, then the remaining budget deficit is $940,000.
Okay, so you've moved the shells too many times too quickly for me to keep track of. So if we're taking money, you're saying taking money out of the ERR funding?
But to fund the things that it's supposed to fund. So CIP projects. So our analysis includes our regular operations and CIP, but only the CIP projects that are funded by the general fund. And so because we are allowed to use, rightly so, it's why it's purposed, it's why it's there, to use ERR dollars to fund CIP projects, we're saying, well, if you want to reduce this $3.1 million deficit, you can take, appropriately so, the ERR dollars, I won't say contribution anymore, ERR dollars to fund the deficit in FY25. To be clear, when I say fund the deficit, all I really mean is apply the ERR dollars appropriately to CIP projects.
Okay.
So it's not what I'm not saying is that we pull money from the ERR to fund things that we're not supposed to fund with the ERR.
All right, but the ERR was described as the equipment replacement reserve, not a CIP reserve, right? So
Right, but the
it's not a
CIP,
project.
yeah, the CIP includes ERR items.
But does the ERR include CIP projects?
Some, yes, not exclusively. And
And
so if you line up the list of CIP projects that are in the general fund, and you line up the list of eligible projects that are in the ERR that can appropriately fund those specific projects in FY '25, you can match those dollars. So you fund exactly what you're supposed to in FY '25 with ERR dollars. So it's just a matching of project with funds.
Okay.
Not in a way that is trying to rob Peter to pay Paul, but to pay Peter.
Okay, and again, I'm trying to just, my position would be that if we are gonna take money out of the ERR, to just make sure that the things that remain on the reserve list of things upcoming, expenses, that we're still staying with our prediction of what's needed to be added to the reserve to pay for those things when they do come up.
Absolutely.
And not push our problems down to the future councils.
We're on the same page.
Okay.
Yep. The contribution of $600,000 to the ERR is purposed for exactly that, to make sure that the ERR long-term is healthy.
And is that the same, $600,000, is that just for the CIP projects, or is that total?
That is for all ERR projects.
All right, and we have a formula, Public Works has a formula they've put together to make that projection, and the consultant that was here giving his recommendation of 600,000
Right.
was not referencing that, those calculations.
The consultant included those assumptions.
Okay. Thank you.
No problem.
Councilmember Honzak?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say thank you for an extremely lucid presentation. This is really helpful. I wasn't clear on just, though, because of the negotiations going on with the unions, and I know we can't get into that, but do I understand you correctly to say that the numbers were, the final projections and bottom lines that we're hearing as we get down to the very last page here are based on the idea that we're still sticking to the 2% increase that we had in last year's budget and nothing more than that? Or did I misunderstand one of these bullets?
The FY...
It's not higher than the 2%.
If I'm understanding you correctly, the FY '24 budget is, it's a little bit complicated, but the short answer is that the FY '25 budget assumes, for projection purposes, that there is an increase beyond the 2% that was included in the FY '25 budget of 2.7%.
Okay, so getting us up to a 4.7%?
Right.
Okay, so then we're in that 4 to 6% range. 4 to 6, that
Those
was
are
listed,
two-
that we might land at 4 to 6%. If I read that correctly?
Yeah, so this is where it gets complicated. So
Okay.
the FY '24 numbers don't include any additions to the salary other than a 2%. So if you were to look at, let's see if I have a slide. I don't think that I do. If you consult the report, what you'll see in some instances, when you look at the salary and wages for any one of these departments, you'll see a salary increase for FY '25 that's greater than 6%. The way in which you get to a salary increase in FY '25 that's greater than 6% is because you have to account for increases in FY '24 that are not in the FY '24 budget. And so you end up having to essentially aggregate all of those and make an assumption in FY '25 that assumption being that there was an increase in 2.7% in FY '24.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not doing a great job of explaining it. I'll
No, that's okay.
try
Well,
again in an email.
what I'm trying to get is how, within what range of accuracy are we? You know, are we within, would you say we might be within a 1 to 2%? I mean, are we talking about in the millions of dollars at the end of the day that we could see this bottom line kind of go even higher? Potentially,
Regarding salaries?
based on kind
I
of where
think
we
we're-
land with those 3-year deals. And I understand that the nature of my question is a little bit tricky, and if you cannot answer it,
I would rather
I
not.
understand. Okay,
Yeah.
no problem. No problem. Just trying to understand where we are.
I
And then my-
will say that I think it's a very vague answer, so forgive me.
Yeah.
But I think we're within a reasonable margin of error.
Okay, that's what I'm looking for. Okay, and then my second question and my last is, I kind of want to go back to this principle, and we don't have to hash it out, but I just want to lay it on the table publicly, which is, during the pandemic, to me, this was a period, and I wasn't on council, but in which we would logically tap into our reserves. I can't think of too many scenarios besides a major catastrophe, like a major catastrophe, but I mean, the pandemic is about as big as catastrophes get, where we would logically tap into our reserves. That's, to me, one of the reasons you have a 17% reserve. So with that concept in my mind, I mean, we did get ARPA funding, but I guess I'm wondering whether, what are your thoughts on kind of a slower restocking of our reserves than the 17%? And I'm just throwing that out as a hypothetical, but, this is fairly abrupt on some level, and we did have the ARPA funding to soften the blow. But I'm just, do you venture to speculate on that right now, or just kind of your thoughts on that matter? And
I'll share. Ultimately, I think it's a council decision.
Right. No, I'm just curious of your thoughts on.
And so the way in which we thought through this budget forecast was that we've given kind of the city's fiscal health that it would be very important to abide by the policies that we have determined for ourselves. So this assumes that we're abiding by the policies, we're abiding by the recommendations for the ERR contributions, and we're sticking to the script. In practice, what we've done in years past is that we haven't maintained a 17% unassigned reserve. We've had something closer to a $3 million unassigned reserve, is what we've included in the budget. Whether or not council wants to continue to do that, I think is a council decision, but I think from a staff perspective, we are trying to design things such that we're building a budget in accordance with what our policies state, and what the professionals are telling us we ought to do in order to preserve the long-term fiscal health of the city.
Thank you. I appreciate your honesty.
And thank you, Councilmember Honzak, for raising your point. I think, one of the things, too, that is important for the council to keep in mind is that although we had the ARPA dollars to help with softening the blow as it pertains to replacing lost revenues that were a result of the pandemic, I do think it's important to keep in mind that, the council, prior council and current council have made decisions regarding how we are choosing to use those ARPA dollars, which may be a little different from how other communities may have chosen to use their ARPA dollars as a way to help to cover some of the budgetary things, capital improvement, sidewalks. Like, they chose to use their ARPA monies in a way to kind of make up a little bit more in terms of their overall budget, whereas we focused a lot more on first-time programming, which is great. It's something really important and wonderful for our community and serves as a model of what can be done. But we do have to keep in mind that that decision means that, we were not using ARPA dollars. We could decide to change that approach as a way to help address some of the fiscal issues regarding some of our standard work that were eligible expenditures under ARPA to cover those costs. I mean, we did during the last budget cycle decide to cover some sidewalk projects using ARPA dollars, but we may have to make a decision about how we want to use and can we use ARPA dollars in a slightly different way to try to think through either some new programming that we may want. We may have to make some decisions in terms of ARPA dollars, or how we may be able to leverage those ARPA dollars for some of these other expenditures that are in the budget that we need to make sure that we're able to cover. So I do know that that's something that Deputy City Manager Bodak has all but said, like, we have choices. The council has a lot of choices. And I think choices to make. And I think Mr. Eubanks is highlighting again, the fact that the 17% reserve policy was a choice that the council made, prior council made, to ensure that we were fiscally sound enough to be able to cover if there was something catastrophic that could happen in the city, to be able to pay our bills. Councilmember Gibson, I see your light.
Mayor, if I could
Yeah,
just
sure,
add
sure.
to what you said in response to our conversation, Councilmember Honzak. The 17% is also a GFOA recommendation. So just for some additional context.
Or 2 months.
Well, I just to follow up on this same topic, I have communicated with David about the ref tellus that uses the word ramp up the unassigned fund. So so I think that what we recognize is that we would like to get there, and we can bump it up immediately from the 3 million to 5.1, which is to be the SIP, or someplace in between. And that would be consistent with the ramp-up language that Ref Tellus used. So I mean, just we've got choices. And one of the things that kind of, and I've been going back and forth comparing, and I'm a non-budget person, but I can almost understand this. It makes sense. I think it's really straightforward and helpful. And so I was able to compare it with the Ref Tellus recommendations. And one of the things that struck me was that with regards to O&M, Ref Tellus was projecting some major cuts, and we've communicated on this in O&M in 28, 29. So the question is kind of a policy one, which is, should we ease in to those cuts as opposed to wait for them to hit hard? In other words, we're basically talking about bodies. And perhaps it's a question of with retirements not filling positions. But if we, again, it's another place that we have a choice to do things for the long term to make it easier down the road. And I think that's one of the important questions that we have to address. But thank you for an excellent report.
Thank you, Councilmember Gibson. I'll add to, if that is a direction that council wants to head, you mentioned specifically, I think, reductions in staff. We would have to also have the corresponding reductions in programs and services. So as long as, ultimately, again, that is a decision that council would have to make, but those two have to go hand in hand.
Right. And Mr. Eubanks took the words right out of my mouth, right? It is very easy to say when we're talking about the budget, cut, but then the other 7 months out of the year, you're saying do, right? And those two things don't match. And it requires there to be a very, very, very clear understanding, not just amongst members of council, but also people in the community around what to expect to not have as a result. And I often find, and I've said this a lot, every person that comes in here talking about taxes are also the same people that come in here asking us to do a bunch of stuff. And so those things have to ensure that it's clear and understood that to do the things that we strive to do as a community, that costs money, and typically that cost is labor. And so making sure that everybody understands that means cutting back labor means cutting back
work and efforts. Like I appreciate the Nuclear Free Committee, and I know that why they're asking hey, what's the big problem? But there's staff work that goes into managing committees. And so though that's just one example of the things that we have to keep in mind when we're having these conversations. This next is going to be a hard one because it means making some of these hard decisions about really where staff time.
Excellent work. I was curious about whether we're looking at this in the proper manner at the proper time, because this is a budgetary projection by the staff based on a certain series of assumptions that indicates really good work on their part. But it's not a lot of things where this has sort of been taken in this conversation. And in particular, I don't think it's necessarily a place where you can carry water about policy decisions. Like, the real issue here is that we've been asking people to have numbers so that we can evaluate where we think we are. And then we overprobe them with regard to the specificity of hypothetical situations. But but all of this is still pretty theatrical. Then we still haven't made the tough decisions that are necessary or had the tough conversations that are necessary. And I would just encourage everyone to be less theatrical about showing everyone that they are concerned about said issues and come up with some proposals or positions associated with their positions that would advocate for something. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Small. Okay, so we are out of time on this discussion, and I want to thank all the city staff that contributed to this this wonderful report. It's really helpful and sobering at the same time as we get ready to enter into discussions about budget priorities. So now we're going to go into our work sessions. The first is the city manager search update. For that discussion, it will be 15 minutes slated. I'm going to turn it on. Okay. And I'm going to turn the discussion over to Councilmember DeBala.
And I think the good news is it's probably not going to take 15 minutes. As we have in the past, we're hoping to do this with each of the three committee members taking a piece. Kara, I brought a copy for you if you, okay, all right. And so, I'm going to start out. We're going to talk about what we've been doing, a bit about the interview process, and wrapping up with keeping residents informed. So, oh, okay. I thought Jason had his hand up.
No, I was removing my hand.
Thank you.
His hand.
So we, the council subgroup, have been meeting weekly with the search firm consultant, Mike Gillette of HR Gov, and applications closed November 15th. We received 55 applications, not too shabby, from across the country, more than 10 states and the District of Columbia. About half of these applications were pre-screened by the consultants. They have got it down to 14 that they are phone interviewing, and they will recommend to the council, the full council, 6 to 8 semifinalists next week. More than half of the 14 are from traditionally underrepresented groups. So that's part one, that's who's applied. And now I'd like to turn this to Councilmember Honzak to talk about the interview process.
Thank you, Councilmember DeBala. So next week, all the council members are going to have the opportunity to review the applications of the recommended semifinalists. And then we'll have the semifinal virtual interviews of 6 to 8 candidates, which are already on the calendar for the first week of December. And up to 3 final interviews will be carried out the week of December 11th. And then the full council, as well as a panel of senior city staff, will conduct both sets of those interviews. And the council will be reviewing our interview questions ahead of time.
And in fact, you all should have gotten them just
Yes,
before
actually,
this
yeah,
meeting.
just today, yeah. And then finalists will almost definitely have a city tour. They'll have time with our city committee members and our city staff, and they will be asked to participate in an evening event that's going to be open to all residents across the city. And I just want to put a little bit of emphasis on that city committee members part. We spent a lot of time and effort considering how to do that. And we believe that the city committees are an extremely representative body of the city, and that would be a really important component of this. All participants will be asked to do a short online survey to give input on the candidates. And now I'm going to pass this along to Councilmember Small to close us out.
Yes, who's sort of confused about the scripting and the overalls, but that's neither here nor there, I guess. I think the critical thing about this is that there's been a lot of discussion among the residents about transparency with regard to this process. And we are trying to emphasize here several different places where transparency has been observed. When you do transparency upon transparency upon transparency, you end up with a prism, and then it splits off into different areas. So you end up in a situation where you have opportunities for people who are in advocacy positions within the town to have their opinions heard. But at the same time, there will be an opportunity for generalized opinions of people who are concerned about the efficacious management of city government to also participate. I would say that there's going to be hopefully a final public event that I could have sworn was completely structured and now is completely not structured in this understanding and iteration of things. But more than likely what that will include is some kind of hopeful presentation of ardent desire by any one of the people who is hopefully a finalist, and then an opportunity for that person to be interpreted as sincere or insincere, and then that will hopefully end the process. Thank you.
So I think that what Councilmember Small was referring to is that when I wrote the notes, I didn't give as much detail about, just because I ran out of time. But the current plan is to have, among all the other activities and input, to have this evening reception meeting open to the public with, as he said, two parts: a presentation part, not a formal question and answer part, but a meet and greet part. So two pieces together. And I just didn't write it down. And we just want to thank our acting city manager and our city management team for stepping up here and making this interim period work, because it's been a bit, and we really appreciate it. And same for the rest of the city staff to be working with us during this transition period. Comments, questions? So again, you all have in your box a draft of the questions, interview questions, and, let us know what you think. Because we're about to start picking up the pace here. Those resume notebooks are gonna be coming out next week. I guess I'll
add one?
Did you want to say something?
Yeah, I think there were just a couple points that I think we wanted to cover that we left
Go
off.
for it.
One is there's an email comment box so that residents can comment at any time, which is Tacoma Park City Manager at govhrusa.com. And also that the meet and greet that you referred to with the short presentations is tentatively scheduled for Monday, December 11th from 6:30 to 8:30 p.m.
And I had asked for questions and comments, and it looks like Councilmember Gibson has something to say.
I'd like to, before we get to that part,
Oh, wait, sorry, one more comment.
I would like to make very clear about this.
Yes.
That My estimation as a member of this committee who was just in a committee meeting on this the other day, that the way in which this information is being communicated is not the same as the way in which we communicated it during the committee. And so I apologize for my confusion at that premise, but in particular, I would like to emphasize the fact that there seem to be a lot of machinations here to ensure that people who need the transparency of their transparency to be transparent, they have that opportunity, whether that be council people or other people.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilmember Gibson.
So it's on that subject of transparency and also on the engagement or feedback from, or comments from the residents. I see that the city committee members are doing an online survey, so it doesn't say, but I presume that survey will be looked at. And just that they do it doesn't necessarily mean that provide input that it will be reviewed. Email comment box, Kara mentioned that at any time, is that related with, is there any kind of feedback other than perhaps the comment box for the meet and greet for residents? Again, I'm just trying to understand when and how residents provide their feedback and that feedback is looked at.
So the comment box is open now. It's been open for a while.
Yeah.
The consultant is monitoring it to see if there are comments in it. The plan for anyone who's involved on that day of the tours, the activities, the informal meetings, the formal meetings, the evening meeting, all of that, everyone will be provided with an online survey that they can respond on their phone, so they don't have to do a whole email to the box. And that way it will be summarizable overnight, which is, because it will have to be summarized overnight. And the consultant will do that so that when the council does the final interviews the next day, we will have all of that input in front of us.
Thank you.
Councilmember Fulcher.
Just a quick question. To your knowledge, have any residents been taking advantage of that email address where they can ask questions or provide feedback or comment?
It's not been brought to my attention that anybody has used the box, but I haven't specifically asked.
Yeah, well.
We've mentioned it a couple times. I'm just wondering if people are taking advantage of the thing that we're offering.
Right now, it's hard to respond to what.
Okay, great.
I just want to say, I trust in you and the process, and that that the questions are being taken into account. I was just wondering if you were aware of anybody taking advantage of this opportunity that we're offering while it's there.
Great. Well, I just want to thank Councilmember DeBala, Honzak, and Small for all of your work on this. I know wholeheartedly how time-consuming and challenging it can be, given that I was on the group the last time. And I appreciate all of the work that you all have put forward to move this forward. So thank you very much. And so now we're going to move on to our last agenda item, and that is the FY25 budget priorities. And we have 90 minutes scheduled, but looking at the time, I am going to see if we can try to at least get some things, a touch base in 45. So everyone should have in your packet the list that includes all of the project items and descriptions that members of council submitted in terms of their budget priorities. One of the things that I do just want to make note is that everyone kind of took this process a little differently, where some communicated like priority kind of goal statements, whereas others noted specific actions. One of the things that I do want to keep in mind is that the goal of this exercise is to identify specific projects, priority projects that the council would like to have included or have staff work through cost estimates for in terms of inclusion potentially in the next budget. So there is a need for there to be somewhat of a level of specificity in order for us to be able to provide staff with a little bit more concrete guidance in terms of what it is that we're looking for in terms of projects and what we would want to see spec'd out in terms of cost. But that said, one of the things that I want to do first, and I appreciate Councilmember Gibson went through and kind of sorted by goal or priority goal area, but I actually want to take a step back because there's still like a lot of overlay and just kind of talk through the nuggets that I was able to pull out, which were more or less common themes. And then a couple of things that might be helpful for us to talk through in terms of, so for example, I saw some pieces related to, I believe, the minor master plan and where that fits and things like that. So the elements that I was able to pull out quite clearly in terms of concrete ask is it looks like there was quite a bit of interest in funding an LIDC project. That was, it looks like Councilmember Fulcher, Gibson, Siemens as it relates to private property, stormwater management. Councilmember Honzak, I think you had something related to that as well as myself. It seems like there was some interest in identifying a path forward for the rec center. It seems like, now folks may vary on which project, but it seems like the public space management plan and identifying a project to move forward with on that. Specifically, I know myself, I identified Ann Street closure. I think Councilmember Small identified Ann Street closure. I think that there was one regarding natural resources. There seemed to be quite a few folks who mentioned the Community Navigator program. We will be able to spend some time on traffic calming, but it seems like there was a lot of things that relate to traffic calming or road work, like specific traffic calming related items. And then there were a couple of things that kind of related to housing. Housing was also a bucket that I would like for us to do a little bit of a deeper dive into. Keeping in mind that there's a lot of other things that are here, and we'll give folks a little bit of time to kind of talk through those other items that you might have included that don't fall into these core buckets. But in the interest of time, I do want to kind of have us start with, again, the LIDC item, and that was, I think, Councilmember Fulcher implementing LIDC recommendations. Councilmember Gibson, build on study results to consider action planning that impact both public-private property. Councilmember Siemens, provide a method of advice and financial assistance for private property, stormwater residential assistance. Now, I don't know if that's exactly what you were thinking about, but that project, the LIDC project, kind of deals with stormwater management and funding public-private connections there. There was also the question around planning, Councilmember Honzak, the planning for extreme weather events and their direct impact on vulnerable residents. And then I have LIDC recommendations, identify priority recommendations for implementation from an LIDC study.
Can I just say I did not have it because I assumed we were going to have that conversation in fiscal '24 when the report comes out. But I don't disagree that we need to make it a priority.
Okay.
I just had it in my mind in a different year.
So but I think where things get kind of tricky is when we have to finalize the budget, depending on when that report is final, that would mean that the staff would have to we have to make sure there's money in the budget for them to implement something. Now, we could debate all day long about what it is, but we're talking about the 25 budget right now. So if this is, and again, we could figure out what that might be. If this is a priority that we want to make sure is at on the short list for staff, and they can come back to us and say, hey, this is too fast for us. We're not really ready. But at least they know that from a council's perspective, we're willing to say, hey, we think it's a priority to include some sort of funding for continuing the next steps for this work.
Mayor, the LIDC report should be available either at the end of this year or sometime in early to mid-January.
Okay, so then it makes perfect sense for us to still make sure that that's something that we have on the short list of priority projects for consideration for FY25. Councilmember Gibson?
I just want to say that my assumption, I mean, I put it in as a priority as well, and my assumption is that it would be coming from stormwater fees. So I think that makes it in a slightly different category, but it doesn't make it any less important to do. But it doesn't, at least that, if we were to agree that most or all of that was coming out of stormwater funds, it puts it in a slightly different path.
Right, but that would be a budget decision, right?
Yeah.
So it could be the case that depending on what priority project we want them to move, Public Works to move forward with, and if it falls squarely within the amount of stormwater funds we have in conjunction with any other stormwater projects that may be happening, as long as there's no general fund requirement associated with the project, that would be great. We don't know that just yet, but we at least know that Department of Public Works, after a resolution moves forward, we need to be planning accordingly for identifying the funding sources, what the project will be in order to propose to us.
Right, absolutely. Yes, the funding source, and I've lost my train of thought, but I agree with what you.
Okay, so it sounds like LIDC, Councilmember Fulcher, then Small. Councilmember Fulcher.
Just real quickly, I think that Councilmember Dybala made a good point that it would be nice to hear back from Public Works staff probably about how much time they think they're going to be ready to spend on this in fiscal year 2025, how much time and money they envision us spending on this, if they think that it's something that, maybe a small amount in 2025 and maybe ramping up in 2026 when they've had more time to digest the LIDC makes sense. But yeah, I would love to hear what they have to say as far as the budget with that.
Okay, perfect.
If I might add,
I'm sorry, Councilmember Gibson, you're not next. Councilmember Small is next. Councilmember Small?
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that. I would like to register some degree of concern about this as a policy area of priority because of the fact that there are significant amounts of information on this as a premise that we don't really have or know about, including who would be the beneficiaries of such a public-private interchange, and whether or not we would really be just essentially fortifying with a rebate certain segments of the population that already don't need such a thing. So I would definitely want more information on this before this made it onto any sort of formal list of council priorities.
Thank you, Councilmember Small. Also, just as a reminder, this is a prep for the budget. Once we get to the point where we have a budget, everybody can vote yes, no, wait. That's possible, but I think for the purposes of staff prep while we're on recess and kind of getting all of their ducks in a row, it is helpful for them to know that this is something that we definitely want to make sure that we know more about in terms of the report, and that they would need to be prepared with at least a suggestion regarding a first project.
Yeah, I understand that, and I don't mean to be a pill about this, but given the fact that my premise as a council member here is that we have some institutional problems with regard to long-term problems that have not been addressed, I feel like spending an inordinate amount of time on a brand-new policy proposal when there are things that we have yet to address is an important distinction to make, and I just want to make sure that it's made clearly.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Small. Councilmember Gibson?
I just wanted to say, yeah, the earlier version of the report, the financial forecast, has a public-private project and private property of $200,000 in FY27. I just,
In the capital budget? Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay.
it's,
Fiscal
stormwater fund is what it says, so.
Fiscal
it-
27, okay.
That's, I just wanted a piece of information.
Great, thank you, Councilmember Gibson. So are you saying that for 25, you would be willing to forego this project if it could be pushed out to the out
No,
year?
I'm just saying that staff is looking at it, and if we want it faster than what they were planning for it, then we should tell them. So that at this point, it looks as if they were thinking of it later than what we are, at least that I was thinking.
Okay, that's really helpful. We can make sure that, that staff, Mr. Eubanks, if you could just confirm that with staff. Okay, Councilmember DeBala.
So just briefly, I agree with Council Members Fulcher and Small that we don't know what the it is yet. And so until I see what the it is and get the staff feedback on whether this is a project that will also address inequities or will reinforce current inequities, for example, or until I know what it is, that's why we need the staff feedback is essentially what I'm saying.
Okay.
I agree with my colleagues.
Okay. Councilmember Gibson, I still see your light. Councilmember Fulcher?
Yeah, I just want to be clear that I did not have in mind that this was going to be a rebate program. Yeah.
Okay, so it sounds, Councilmember Hanzak?
I was just going to recommend that we move on to the next one, and that seems like what you were about to do, but I was going to suggest, I had done some of my priorities in a more general way, such as one that said service and information delivery equity, and I have one about safe streets, and so I'd love to see those bumped up and maybe even put together around, for example, traffic calming, and that would put more names under that priority, for example. Okay, thanks.
Okay, so just to bring the LIDC topic to a close, it looks like council are interested in learning more about what the report is, the findings of the report and recommendations from city staff about whether or not a project can feasibly be initiated in FY25. FY27 is what's in the forecast, and so this is an item that could potentially be on the bubble based on staff feedback. Let's move on to the rec center. So I know that Councilmember Fulcher and myself included the rec center, but more or less from the perspective of trying to work to identify what the next steps may be.
As did I. It just didn't make it to the table.
And I gave my concerns directly to the city manager and the assistant city manager about the rec center, as also to every single meeting that we have, including my son.
Okay, but I was looking at the list. All right, so, so what I'm hearing is Councilmember Fulcher, myself, DeBala.
To be specific, where I had development, that was the rec center. Just so you know. First page.
Okay, so you, okay, planning and preparing for development options, recreation center, perfect. Okay. So it sounds like Councilmember Fulcher, myself, Dabala, and Councilmember Small are interested in understanding what and potentially funding what the next step would be for the rec center development. Okay. And that could be an RFP, so we would need to follow up with HCD just to see whether or not, one, this priority and what any budget implications may be, as well as timing, keeping in mind that we're in the midst of the construction with the library and the community center, but making sure that we could kind of keep this item still moving forward. The next one was the public space management plan. And it seems like there's a desire to try to prioritize implementing a project within that could potentially be tied to the plan. So it looks like council members Gibson, and I believe yours was more about the public space management plan as it relates to
The protection.
natural resources. Focus on education and protection of our natural resources. Councilmember Small, I connected your item with the closure of Ann Street.
Yeah, I think that's valid. I think maybe also Haverford as an option as well. But that's just, I did put in as a part of my thing, just the physical requirements of the big giant cinder blocks as a component part. So if given the I don't know, the motion that I made and the downhill motion from the staff that was appreciated and associated with it, like whatever that's gonna cost.
Okay. And I included Ann Street as well. I think Ann Street was one where there were other activities underway in terms of working with the University of Maryland around potential design ideas, as well as lots of feedback from during the public space management plan process.
And I agree with you completely, Mayor. The only other thing that I wanted to make sure of was that at least as a premise, we had enough funding available for potential closure of at least one or two more streets if that's the decision that gets made.
Okay.
Thank you.
But I will say, for these, you know, as it pertains to activating those street spaces, so is the idea like?
Oh yeah, no. The only one that I see in the same way that you're talking about is Ann at this point. I was just talking about if we ended up doing something that was to attempt to ameliorate the traffic, as opposed as a component part of the traffic calming and place building components.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It does. And we'll talk about traffic calming in the next bucket.
Okay, I didn't know how much of this was that, because if you paint those things, then it's a different scenario than just putting a big stick or a big concrete thing in the road or whatever.
Yeah, no. And so the next one.
Can I just?
Councilmember Gibson?
I just wanted to say that the public space management, one of the interesting and challenging things is the use of their the grid scoring process. So I guess I mean, while I have some difficulties with it, I generally like the idea of us doing an analysis and to prioritize where public space, where community and where we, the council, feel that public space needs to be changed in some way. So I just want to remind us that there is an analytical tool that's being proposed that I think is worthy of our looking at.
Yeah, and I do want to stress, when I was putting it forward, I was thinking of it more as making sure that we have money in the budget to allow for the staff to identify a project to move forward. Now, I personally want Ann Street. I've been wanting Ann Street for the last, going on 6 years now, right? But you know, the idea was to make sure that there was.
Visionary on that subject. You've been a visionary on Ann Street. I'd like to reiterate, the mayor has vision on Ann Street. We should do what she said. Wink, wink.
Well, staff already know how I feel about what our first project should be. But you know, just making sure that, you know, Randy, to your point, Councilmember Gibson, to your point, that we are following the process that has been communicated, and we're establishing and making sure that we're identifying the priorities and using the criteria that has been established. Although shamelessly, I will say, I think Ann Street will knock it out the box in terms of that criteria. All right, so it sounds like public space management plan, public space management plan item, based on criteria and all that good stuff, could be an item that's on the list. And I just want to triple check with that. And then the next item, this is an ARPA item, and we're already moving forward on it, but the community navigator. And I believe I'm showing, and you all correct me if I'm wrong, because I had to go through this list a couple times. Councilmember Honzak, Gibson, DeBala. Oh, I've done that already on my little squiggles. Myself. So the community navigators, it sounds like that's something that we definitely want to make sure continues to be in the ARPA budget. So now I want to move into, I'm sorry, Councilmember DeBala?
Oh, I thought you were, never mind.
Okay. All right, perfect. Now I want to move into traffic calming, because I think this is going to be a space where there's going to need to be some discussion. Because it does look like there are quite a few things that are related to safety and specific streets and signage. So I do want to take some time with traffic calming.
Just traffic.
Or just traffic in general, yes. Councilmember DeBala.
So it seems to me that there are two different kinds of things on the list. One is specific projects that would squeak in under the old rules, and the other is the thing that we have passed resolutions on and talked about, which is restructuring the rules. And I am much more interested in that, which is also a question of staff time, therefore of dollars. But I'm more interested in doing that than pre-approving a few specific projects right now.
Councilmember Honzak?
That is also what I am interested in, but I am also interested in addressing some of the specific traffic calming issues that I think heretofore haven't been fully addressed, although I would welcome incumbents and Ward 6 in particular commenting on where those specific priorities lie outside of SHA, if there is such a thing. I just know that there are a lot of equity issues with where traffic calming has been really needed and hasn't always happened. So I would like to see both the rules and some specific things around areas that haven't been addressed yet.
I can go next really quickly in that. Now, whether or not this is something that we should try to identify COG dollars or some other funding source for that is outside of our budget, but I do think that we will need to ultimately start considering approaches to doing traffic studies in various neighborhoods around the city. Now, again, that may mean looking for third-party monies to do that, but getting into the place where we're actually having the proper studies to take place. That was one of the things that where I'm at. I mean, I totally echo Councilmember DeBala in terms of addressing the policies and the practices, the petition-based practices as being a challenge. But trying to identify where we could potentially find some resources to do a more comprehensive traffic study for certain parts of the city may make more sense.
If I,
Councilmember Gibson?
I don't disagree. I put this in using one of the strategies that we have on our priorities, improving city processes recommended by Safe Streets Committee, and code enforcement. And my interest was in code enforcement in particular, so.
With respect to transportation.
It was in the same,
Okay.
what would you call it? It was a strategy that we have that combined those two as a kind of a policy area.
Okay. Because I did see code enforcement in some other places, but I was gonna lump that under housing. And we would get into that, but,
Yeah.
so there's also a couple places, where parking was mentioned. So like Councilmember Siemens, you had brought up, on-street parking spaces. I think Councilmember Hanzak, you mentioned Purple Line.
Yes, although I wasn't so much thinking parking there, I was thinking, or maybe that's not what you meant, but I was thinking about the intersections around there as well with the Purple Line, among other things, and that's one of my big buckets, yeah, is sort of preparing more so for that at the north end of the city and in the other places where the Purple Line is super relevant.
And it seems like there's a few other places, so again, Councilmember Small, things like curb painting, roadway maintenance, uniform roadway signage and visibility, so like wayfinding.
Yes, agreed. I do think that to some degree we've made some policy decisions about sustainability that have undue impacts on place building and feelings of safety.
Okay. And it also looks like Councilmember Siemens, you mentioned Ritchie Avenue traffic volume. Okay.
Can I ask a
Yes.
question?
Mhm.
Would that include anything related to SHA in your mind, or even if we
It
don't need to
would.
necessarily directly allocate funding yet? Okay.
We wouldn't necessarily, and I was actually thinking that about the Purple Line, because
Okay.
case study, missing sidewalk on Carroll that's now being done by SHA, but it had some connectivity issues with the Purple Line. And so but it requires staff time, like the Director of Public Works, she had to keep going after them and trying to get some things approved in order for that work on Carroll Avenue that's happening can be done. So if there are some state highway aspects of things, that is helpful to consider. Okay, so it sounds like traffic calming is pretty huge. There's a bunch of items that are in here, but the overall themes are changes to the traffic calming policies, petition processes, potential traffic studies around like Ritchie Ave, New Hampshire Gardens, definitely in building connectivity on city streets to future Purple Line stations, and making sure that's there. And then overall, things like wayfinding and signage and things of that nature. So I think those are the overarching items. So now let's talk about housing. Because I think folks took a slightly different approach to kind of outlining priorities for housing. So I'll go ahead and kick it off. So for me, I noted housing policies that we would need to address. Identifying and developing payment in lieu of taxes policies, modifying our community development block grant policies that would allow us to use CDBG funds for a broader array of purposes. So these items, you know, CDBG is staff time and council time. Pilot is money, depending on what we ultimately decide in terms of a policy. So that is what I was thinking about in terms of priorities for our housing policy. But I would be interested to know what others may have been thinking in terms of housing. Councilmember Duvall, I see your light.
Yes, I want to make a couple of points. I was thinking about housing, multifamily housing. I agree with what you said about policies. I was also thinking that in the ARPA programs, the multifamily housing rehab money and the multifamily climate money have been relied on this year, last year, and are zero in the current table for next year. So let me say that again, $0 for the programs that are popular, effective, that have been going on the last couple of years out of the ARPA dollars. So that's just something for us to think about in terms of the ARPA budget. I think we can use that money wisely to accomplish a number of goals, not just housing rehabilitation. So that is what I was thinking. I'd also like to point out that there is still some money in the Housing Reserve Fund for specific projects as they come along. So all not doom and gloom, but yeah, this is a big one for me.
Councilmember Honzak?
Thank you. My mind where it says strong standards for quality infrastructure and maintenance is referring to just, it's partially maintenance of what we've got within our housing staffing. Not that anybody's saying anything's going anywhere, but I've been really having to interface a lot with our housing department and trying to figure out what was past precedent, what's kind of needed now, and I'm seeing a lot of changes that have taken place on my property, on the multifamily properties within my ward, and then changes that have taken place in the staffing side. So, I think the city manager is pretty well aware of some of those issues and making sure we've got the back end available and that we're working through those things with adequate budget.
Councilmember Gibson?
I was just going to say that somewhat combines with the code enforcement that I was looking at, and not in terms of multifamily, but in terms of residents. Single family. I'm just saying they combine.
Okay, so I do want to make sure, so code enforcement and other kind of, and Councilmember Honzak, I just want to make sure I'm summarizing this right. So I heard Councilmember Gibson about code enforcement, but it sounded as if yours was more from the perspective of those touches to the either property management companies or residents within buildings.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so we've gone through what I viewed as some of the major areas where a lot of the different boxes kind of align. Now, wow, we were able to do that in about 10 minutes. Now I kind of want to open things up a little bit to folks who want to have
highlight other items that we haven't had an opportunity to address, to share with your colleagues. Councilmember DeBala?
I guess I'm just quick on the button today. So I just want to call attention to climate mitigation efforts. So for the past couple of years, it's taken a bit of a backseat because of COVID, because of not having a staff person. Now we are in the position where we are ready to roll. We have city and county and state climate goals that we need to be working towards. They are a matter of not just city, but state and county policy. It's one of our several council policies. There's already a plan or a framework for action, like there is for housing, like there is for tree canopy. And so it's not just having a sustainability staffer, but giving them the tools to work with. So a staffer with no money, that doesn't do us any good. I already described other city housing programs, city programs such as housing. We talked about transportation and equity goals. That's all a part of supporting the climate staff person. This climate staff person works with the other programs, it's not just a city solo job, but working together with other staff people, working with the county and state as is laid out in the framework for climate action. And the biggest reason to be thinking about doing more now, not less, is because this has the potential to bring in other monies. This is the once-in-a-lifetime moment, as anybody who's been to a regional or state or national conference recently knows. And so I want to plant the thought that we should be looking at more resources this year, and certainly not less for that program. And I already mentioned the zeroing out of the ARPA dollars in the current version of the ARPA plan. So that's my fairly strong suggestion that we look at, that we seek staff advice on how to do that in coordination with some of the other programs.
Councilmember Gibson?
I'm in support of that, Cindy. I also wanted something else that you both, you and I had held up is in the fiscal sustainability area.
Oh, right, I had that written down right there.
This is, our second priority, fiscally sustainable development, and Cindy and I had looked at it from different angles, but one is revenue, and the other perspective that I brought was one of our scenarios, or one of our strategies is to ID baseline performance measures. This is part of one of our priorities as a way to help us link between budget decisions and strategic outcomes. I mean, we're having, with the presentation that the acting city manager, we have some important decisions to make, and that we'll have to be continuing, we, the council, for many years to come. And I don't think that we have the tools to be right now in place with an absence of outcome measures and some of the alignment that would go along with a baseline performance measure. So I want to push for that, but bottom line, I think we need to focus in on our budget, long-term budget, fiscal budget sustainability, and doing better.
So, Councilmember Gibson, quick follow-up question. Would you be willing to support an FTE in support of data management and measurement work?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I think that it can be done without hiring more staff. I don't think we can afford to hire more staff. I know that we have a position that was vacant, perhaps being filled, but I think that there are ways that we can incrementally improve our performance measurement system, performance management system, without hiring more staff.
Okay. Just as an aside, I do performance measurement for a living, and I'm telling you that the level of measurement requires not only bodies, but people who actually know how to develop measures and how to assess them over time. And that usually requires a more technical person to be able to do that. So it is important for us to have the conversation. I know at one point we did have in the budget for a data
I believe, and I just want to confirm, at one point, Acting City Manager Eubanks, we did have a data
policy analyst in the
policy
city manager's
analyst.
office. It was during the FY25 reconciliation process. It was delayed for 6 months.
Okay.
So the plan is to hire that position in January this year.
Okay.
Still on.
Or next year.
Yeah, so that would mean, you know, if we're able to have that position, then this would be something that could already be worked into the budget. Because one of the things that we did see when we had that data analyst was that they were able to do things like do different types of dashboarding and things for the city website, leveraging census data, and we did also see some performance measurement work. So I'm just trying to make sure that we're all having these conversations around what.
I just want to say that I do understand and did performance measurement myself. I do know that the technical expertise is needed, whether we have to have a full-time staff person to do it, or whether we can hire some short-term consultant to help us move into that process, or whether we could do it ourselves. That's to be seen, but if we have a staff person, we certainly can use them.
Just to note that the data analyst that you're referring to, Mayor, that the FTE is the same. I guess the former city manager had changed the description to some degree to less data, more policy. So I think, you know, the current position is geared toward more policy than data. Could you potentially find somebody that crosses both boundaries? Maybe, but that's not specifically, just for context, that's not specifically what that person is, the job description anyway, is purposeful.
Okay. So that may be something that we can definitely talk about, just in terms of recognizing that there are going to be some data needs.
And if I
Go
just
ahead.
want to, Councilmember DeBala had also talked about revenue sources, and I just don't want to lose that as part of the budget discussion.
Well, Councilmember Honzak has her light.
Okay, but if it's on the same topic, go ahead.
Just checking, because I thought that was part of what we were dealing with in this fiscal year through the committee, was looking at revenue sources.
Some.
Okay, so
Some,
that's a
but,
start.
And also, we can speak briefly, the Finance Budget Working Group Subcommittee, we looked at the calendar. I'm looking at budget or performance measurement. We're also looking at the, Terry, we're looking at ERR, right? ERR, and we're also looking at, remind me what your various things that you're looking at. Excuse me.
Yeah, we were looking at utilities and railroad revenue and stuff like that. I mean, I just want to say that a lot of the stuff that we were looking at doesn't seem like it's going to be a substantial way to increase revenue. And so I was interested to hear, you know, some of your thoughts about expanding revenue options, you know, like what other things you might have been thinking of that weren't necessarily in the purview of what we had already tasked the Financial and Budget Committee with.
Okay, well, given the hour, maybe you and I should talk tomorrow.
Yeah.
And we should just have it on the list as a thing we want to explore for now.
In terms of other revenue sources, so for example, vacant property tax rate, a separate vacant property tax rate.
I mean, there's like 8 vacant properties in the city, so it just doesn't seem like that's.
The point is not, my idea was not to talk about it now, but to make sure that either in this fiscal year or in the next fiscal year, that we allocate staff and council time to look at it.
Okay. All right, Councilmember Honzak?
Sure. I just had noted a few where there were a couple people that said they were interested in them. One of them was the mayor and I both talked about, well, it was a little bit different. One, yours is more specific, talking about business corridors, identifying and working with businesses to improve facades of commercial strips, and you had said along New Hampshire. I was thinking, again, I'm thinking about the 2 new Purple Line hubs, and I'm thinking about just the business corridor also down Flower Avenue that traditionally has lately been getting such a great amount of support, but I just want to make sure, again, that that's built into the budget for really making sure also that the particularly 2 Purple Line corridors, and making sure that's an equity issue to me as we move towards greater development, that some of these businesses could easily get displaced if we're not really keeping them up to snuff. So I think that's going to require some significant investment and focus. And then another one that I flagged, Hansack Siemens, was on the MMPA. Just that we both mentioned that in our priorities. I think, given also now what we've seen about the development review process, depending on where that goes, but whatever direction it goes, it's going to require staff time, and it's going to be intense over the next year. So I just want to make sure that is built in, and that you've got enough. I mean, I've saw senior staff is very tapped out lately, and that's a lot. And there may be community meetings proceeding. And then a third one is where is related to equity and communications. I guess I know, Gibson, you brought one of those about communications, and again, I have this broad bucket that I had equity, and I had a few things under there. But I get, for example, if I had to get super specific on some indicators, it would be, solving for some of our Spanish-speaking residents and getting more access to information from the city besides just a few blogs in the paper. But, whatever that involves. I know we've had conversations about trying to unpack that a little bit.
Thank you, Councilmember Hansack. And I agree. I added the commercial facade improvement. It was, it's a time-intensive thing, but I was thinking more, and I don't know how bad the state's budget is, but we were able to get state dollars to help with the facade improvement for one of the large commercial strips in the Crossroads. And so what I was thinking was more of, and I'm blanking on the name of that commercial strip, but it's right at 410 and New Hampshire Avenue, directly across the street from the Lidl. But you could see how there's like that vacant storefront. You could see how that strip could really use some revitalization. And so that kind of sparked my mind around, okay, what are some of the ways in which we want to try to encourage staff to seek out maybe state dollars, CDBG dollars, third-party dollars to help with refreshing some of our aging commercial strips that are not a part of, and I think Councilmember Hansack, this is where you're going, they're not a part of these business, the business associations. And so how can we make sure that we're trying to push things along for those commercial strips as well?
And if I could just add, if folks haven't driven by there lately, I mean, we have such a sort of a small number of businesses really along the Flower Avenue, but they're very crucial. And I think they're even more crucial as we think about the northern tip of the city and just really maximizing the power of the fact that Arliss station is coming coming not fast enough and yet fast. And so, and right now we've got a burned out building that's being slowly reconstructed. And we have some very old businesses and even a vacant one right up there at the northern tip of the city. And that's arguably the main entry point for people coming from other places, potentially looking for jobs, looking to work in our city. And it does visually right now, they need some help.
Mm-hmm. No, I totally agree. And so we can figure out a way. And I do want to stress, like, these topics, like, everything doesn't have to be here, right? These will be the areas that are some general parameters for staff that are agreed upon by council, right? But that doesn't negate us from, through the course of having these conversations, and as different funding opportunities and things may come along, they may already be in the work plan for staff to start thinking about. So, but I do want to make sure that we have an opportunity to kind of talk through some of the priorities that we have. Councilmember DeBala?
Just to say on the question of equity that in terms of communications and programming, I agree. I had put it down in a different category, and I had thought that the community navigators could be a very important way to get at some of that communications, particularly the multilingual communications. So I'm agreeing. I just had it in a different category.
Councilmember Fulcher?
And are we expecting to hear back from staff about, like specifically some of the things that we might not have picked that might create huge inefficiencies if suddenly we're not doing those things? Yeah. Right? Like let's say, for instance, if they're right in the middle of working on the recreation center stuff, and that is on this list, but if it weren't on this list and they were like, oh gosh, the council forgot about this and we are like this close to doing this, I want to make sure that those are on our radar too, that we're not creating any inefficiencies in our lists.
And Mr. Eubanks, just to confirm, so staff will be working on a list of priority activities, correct, as part of the budget process?
Yes, so we expect to have, I think, an initial list this week, and it won't be fully comprehensive. We've informed staff that there'll be an opportunity, several touch points to kind of share the staff perspective along the way as we put together the budget. So the hope is that this week you'll get an initial memo with some high-level ideas of what staff priorities are going to be. And then there'll be some subsequent follow-up between now and early January. But I think the way that we're looking at this is there are, we've already talked about, as a part of the FY24 budget, kind of what some of the priorities are and what some of the, I'll say it this way, there's some things that are just a part of the normal course of business. So as a for instance, some of the things associated with the maintenance of streets, it's a policy change, but at the end of the day, it's still a part of what Public Works is already going to do. The LIDC, as was discussed, some of those things are already a part of the staff concept. So unless there's a specific suggestion that something that council has kind of already suggested in one way or another is something that the city ought to be pursuing, we're not going to not pursue those things. I think there does need to be a discussion about the things that we do not want to do anymore, to your point, Councilmember Fulcher, because that'll inform kind of where within the budget we should be reducing costs. So that's the 3 to 7% reduction question. So I think in terms of specificity, we need specificity in what we don't want to do. In the absence of that clarity, we're going to continue to do all the other things that we're built to do. What you all are discussing is helpful because it's within the purview of the city, but it is giving us some direction on how you want to see certain things implemented. And that's helpful feedback. So the short of it is the way the discussion I think has been progressing so far is really informative, and I don't see any reason to deviate from kind of the way you're talking about it.
Great. Councilmember Honzak.
You just took the words out of my mouth. However, I want to take it the next step, which is how, I'm asking a rhetorical question to all of us, how might we go about and when us tackling what we would be willing to deprioritize and or remove? Does that start with city staff suggestions of things that might be, that you would be considering cutting based on low usage, or staff have observed that it's, not that well valued through surveys you've undertaken? You might have the better data points than some of us might have from our individual constituencies. I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there.
If it's a staff question, given the amount of money that we need to cut from the budget, it would be very helpful to have consensus from City Council about how we ought to proceed. Staff can come up with something, but we don't know if it's in alignment with what you as council are thinking. So without, in the absence of that, we'd be taking shots in the dark, and that's just not an efficient process.
And I do think, though, the exercise that we're undergoing now, right? Some of the questions that have been brought up around, like the LIDC, like, hey, should we do this now or should this wait until 2027? That's important, because that means that staff know, okay, in 2027, which is what we projected, council is okay with this thing, we're gonna give them the report and then we'll pick something up later. Or we may say, no, it's not okay, we wanna see something sooner. And they may be able to come back to us and say, okay, if you want this sooner, then this other project that we have we may not be able to get to it. So I do think that having these conversations that we're having right now are helpful. I think too, it is important for us to also have clarity around council consensus on priority activities, so that we are mindful of the fact that when residents come to us, often with one-offs, that we are very clear around where the council priority work is, so that we're not directing staff individually to do a bunch of things that maybe take time away or add time to projects that would need to be done, where there's some general consensus that we're hoping to gain through these activities. So I do think that those are some things that are important as well. And we are over the 45 minutes. Councilmember Gibson.
Just 2 points. I definitely would look forward to staff thoughts. I mean, I think in terms of one of the ways that budget can be reduced is by greater efficiency. And I'm not saying that you're not efficient, but I would appreciate you and staff saying some areas where they could reduce service or have greater efficiency. Otherwise, I'll be making it up. I mean, I actually am thinking about putting out a kind of a survey to residents in Ward 3, asking their ideas, but I'd rather them look at some more realistic options. So I definitely want to support that. Before we leave tonight, I believe we were going to look at the scenarios for tax rate, and that was one of the things that we would be voting on, in 2 weeks or whatever. So I was hoping that we would come to that conversation. My recommendation is that we have a scenario that is constant yield plus ECI, and see, with our current with the guardrails being our current tax rate. That would be a scenario I would like to see. David, or Mr. Eubanks, I apologize. I had some wrong letters when I emailed you, but it was constant yield plus ECI is what I was trying to think about. I said CPI, but ECI I think is the terminology that I'm looking at. Anyhow, that's I was hoping that we would leave tonight by having some suggestions on scenarios.
Councilmember DeBala? Councilmember Gibson, are you done?
Yes.
Oh, I think that was back a few.
Okay. So Councilmember Small?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I'm not necessarily sure that was necessarily in good order. And I was confused about it. But I will say that this meeting has been sort of long and toothy. And so there's that.
Thank you. So one last thing that I did just want to cover really quickly in terms of a couple of items that I had listed that were not covered just while I have the mic and before we close. There's a couple of items that don't necessarily have to be, and I've mentioned these already, don't have to be like priorities from the perspective of the big ticket items, but things that I do think are important as it relates to advancing race equity and the city's and celebrating the city's diversity, and making sure that we're striving to remove those racial covenants and figuring out how to do that. Street renaming or rededications and acknowledgments of influential residents of color throughout our community, and are there ways that we can do that? Another big thing is, making sure that our staff have the outside support that they need to finalize all of these big HR, budget, IT system upgrades. That just makes doing the work that they have to do easier. I think is also important. And then, as I mentioned before, making sure that we have money in reserves for contingency funds, increases if necessary, because of the number of construction projects that we have, and just making sure that we have those opportunities to make sure that we have the resources necessary. It doesn't necessarily need to be in 25, but we need to make sure that we're planning no later than have monies in the coffers in 26 at a minimum, to make sure that if there are any project cost overruns, we have them available in the budget. Councilmember DeBala?
Yeah, as far as the internal management stuff, I didn't have it on my fiscal 25 list because I had it on my fiscal 24 list. So I agree with you that we need to make sure, for me, making sure the internal systems that we've already identified we want to fix, upgrade, get done. And I just, as I said, I would have mentioned it, except I thought we were already covered.
Yep. And then too, again, just helping with some of the, just different policies and things that we need to get squared away and have been out of sync for a while, and just making sure that if we need some external support to get those kinds of things done, that we work them into the budget.
And Mayor, those are some of the things that we'll include in the staff memo to council. And then if I could, just in terms of providing guidance, Councilmember Gibson, you mentioned some scenarios. It will be really important for, if the scenario route is something that we're interested in, it's important for us to receive a direction, but a direction that is consensus amongst council. So if that is the direction that that you would like to see us head, it would be great to at some point get a vote, and if there are others, just so that we know that we're not kind of doing one off, but this is the council perspective. And I just also want to point out, because Jesse brought it to my attention, that next week you're voting on the items, and so I guess as a part of the vote, again, sticking with the theme of consensus, what we wouldn't want to come out of this conversation is just council provide just kind of the list of all things we would like to see it condensed to some degree, so that it is useful for us, and doesn't include the entire concept or universe of potential ideas.
Right. I guess I am. Viva Thanksgiving. All right. So are there any other? Okay, seeing no more lights, I would like to call a motion to adjourn. No one wants to
So
leave?
second.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Wilcher, Councilmember Honzak. Have a good night, everyone, and happy Thanksgiving.